guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says if the government shuts down, he's going to blame the Republican lawmakers.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after the Senate voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. The House had approved the measure earlier in the day. The government now faces a shutdown on October 1st. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Deportation court cases that have been put on hold for the last several years are now back on the docket in San Diego.
Immigration cases as far back as 10 to 15 years that have been paused or put on hold are now being put back on the schedule. NBC7 says the number of cases being processed is up 750% in San Diego from a year ago. There are around 350 cases recalendared in all of 2024, increasing to nearly 3,000 in the first half of this year. I'm Jack Cronin.
A Navy doctor in San Diego has been removed from leadership after promoting transgender health care.
Commander Janelle Mara, a 17-year Navy veteran, is still with the military but has been removed from her leadership role. Union Tribune says she had included her pronouns in her social media profile and listed her job title as Deputy Medical Director for Transgender Health Care. Pentagon says a department was considered in the past, but there's currently no Navy Transgender Health Center. I'm Jack Cronin.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
Jimmy Kimmel is set to return to his late-night talk show tomorrow after he was suspended indefinitely last week by ABC following comments he made related to Charlie Kirk's assassination. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A federal prosecutor says he's contacted the U.S. Secret Service to investigate California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Saturday morning, Newsom's press office posted that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, quote, is going to have a bad day, adding, "You're welcome, America." Bill Essayli, the acting U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, later shared the post on X and claimed he contacted the Secret Service to request a threat assessment. Newsom's press office then reshared its post about Noem with an attached press release announcing the governor's plan to sign legislation that will protect immigrant communities and hold Trump accountable. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The NYPD is on heightened alert, not just due to United Nations sessions, but the Jewish High Holy Days began at sundown with Rosh Hashanah.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says while there are no specific threats, police security is ramped up around synagogues.
Because no one should ever be afraid to worship freely and openly.
Tisch notes that while Jews make up just 10% of New York's 8 million residents, they're targets of more than half of the city's hate crimes.
The NYPD will never tolerate bias or hate anywhere in our city in any form.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
It now costs $5 million to get the so-called American dream. A new analysis from Investopedia looked at 8 components of what a survey identified as the most common for achieving the American dream, including raising children, sending those kids to college, owning a home, and retirement. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. How we looking? Well, better than a Monday. And away we go. So we get the hard part behind us. Closing out the greatest day of the week. A lot of drivers getting their new week underway as we speak. Back on the road. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Finally, a cloudy night outside the secret bunker. Actually picked up a little bit of rain over the past day. Yeah, not nearly enough to end the drought conditions. But forecasters tell us more rain is on the way. Right now, my screen's showing we're expecting like an inch of rain Wednesday. Yeah, we've got some scattered showers, maybe even some thunderstorms in our forecast on a pretty much daily basis most of the week here. And there is quite a bit more going on out there tonight than we've seen. Well, we were looking at 24 hours ago. The map was really quiet. Tonight, we've got some severe thunderstorms in the mix. Severe thunderstorm watches continue for much of western Kansas, north-central Oklahoma, the east-central-most reaches of Colorado. Going to be a lot of fog through parts of the Ohio Valley and southern Great Lakes region. Dense fog advisories stretching from southeastern Missouri through southern Illinois, a good portion, the heart of Indiana, and much of western Ohio for the overnight hours tonight, with some of the moisture we had come through over the past day. Yeah, finally some moisture in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, let me pull up the radar here. I am looking at several severe thunderstorm warnings, central portions of Iowa, west central Iowa. We see some of those stronger storms back in just central and western Kansas. Yes, we've seen a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. The latest, the west central Kansas, we're talking 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail in the mix with some of those storms. Several inches of rain will be impacting the eastern third of the country between now and Friday. AccuWeather forecasters point out localized downpours could lead to reduced visibility, ponding on the roadways. Through Wednesday night, the area of greatest risk for repetitive downpours and flooding extends from Kansas and Oklahoma east through the Ozarks and toward the mid-Mississippi River Valley. There is the likelihood of flash flooding on a regional basis in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, flash flooding on a highly localized basis further to the east in portions of Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Illinois. Springfield, Missouri, kind of in the heart of that zone, has only seen a little over 3 inches of rain since the beginning of July. They have been very dry. It's possible 2 to 4 inches of rain may fall in Springfield just this week. Later in the week, through Friday, rounds of locally heavy rain will be spreading across parts of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and even the Northeast. Besides dodging the raindrops, many are going to have to keep an eye to the sky for thunderstorm activity. Thunderstorms over the next few days, producing the risk of severe weather for millions of folks. Following the initial risk of severe weather across a large swath of the Midwest, the threat will slowly begin to build south and eastward, along with the rain chances here in the new work week. This past afternoon, we saw some large thunderstorms in areas of the plains, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas. The renewal of severe weather after weeks of quiet conditions, kind of more typical of the middle of summertime, which, of course, it's over. Fall officially arrived at 2:19 Eastern Time Monday afternoon. Today, we're rolling into the first full day of fall. For our Tuesday, storms across parts of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, New York, and eastern Ohio is in that zone where they could turn severe. Small hail, localized strong winds, slow travel on portions of I-70, 80, 81. Despite the threat of damaging storms, the greatest risk is going to be flash flooding. Rainfall amounts could be an inch or more an hour in some of these stronger storms. As we look toward Wednesday, the threat of severe storms shifting a bit further to the south and east. Some of the Mississippi Valley would be affected once again. Flooding, downpours, hail, localized damaging wind gusts will cover an area from Kentucky and southern Indiana southward all the way down to Texas and Louisiana. A large area of rain could develop in the northeast before the end of the week. Now, this could be just what the doctor ordered to help ease the building drought conditions. It'll finally follow some locally drenching rain as the storm center lifts across the St. Lawrence Valley Thursday. Thunderstorms forecast to erupt along the trailing cold front as it moves from the Appalachians to the Atlantic seaboard. Some of these storms from, say, New Jersey southward to Georgia and Alabama on Thursday may be severe. Powerful winds, torrential downpours could set up some travel delays on the highways and our major airport hubs from Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., southward to, say, Charlotte and Atlanta, Georgia. Travelers should anticipate some delays, especially if you have a flight or a commute during the late afternoon or evening hours. Northern Florida can expect some showers and thunderstorms on a nearly daily basis starting here on Tuesday. Now, there's been a big contrast with rainfall this month and back into August even in Florida. The southern parts of the state getting swamped, the ground becoming pretty much parched at the same time in the northern portions of the state. A big area of high pressure is forecast to build east late in the week, which will return to drier weather. That could be as early as Thursday in the heart of the country and probably by the weekend across the eastern USA. Coming up, we'll take a look, the leaves that have been falling, fall colors showing up weeks ahead of schedule right now. And indeed, we'll take a look at the tropics. We've got Gabrielle that has indeed strengthened into a major hurricane, second major hurricane of the season, as it approaches Bermuda early this week. But what do we have in the offing? Any concerns for the eastern seaboard, the lower 48? There's a couple of areas that forecasters are keeping a close eye on. So we'll break that down coming up here. Well, good morning to Philly Man. Hello from the city of brotherly love. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy on board for a moment. It's the midnight hour. Time for the overnight drive to be hammered down. 68 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yes, some off and on spotty drizzle and some dense fog in the area. All right, I've got the new taser training coming my way tomorrow. The alarm is set for 0700 hours. So night noodles. Stay safe and keep it sunny side up. All right, so Pappy got to get some rest before the big training day. Hello to Jeffrey, Southern Florida, checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. The Goblin checking in here. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 76 degrees. Getting his week started. It's Orlando, turnaround number 1. Wow, what a great tribute to Charlie Kirk that occurred there Sunday afternoon. Yes, indeed. Hello to Jerry. Steve, good morning. Lions 38, Ravens 30. Final score, Monday Night Football. 73 degrees here in L.A., a.k.a. Lower Alabama. Thank you very much. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Tank is on board. Hello, Steve and the gang. Happy Tuesday. 65. Driving under the starlight, Winslow, Arizona. As we roll out toward Fontana once again, everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Clear, 63 degrees at this hour. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 62 in New Paltz, New York. Uncle Chops saying good morning. Hello to Marianne and all the listening friends out there. Michael, what's up, people? Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. There's Michael. Morning, Steve. Everyone, it's been a couple of years since retiring. Hope you and everybody's doing well. Yeah, I'll be up tonight listening in. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my handle was Fuzzy back in the day. All right, well, good to have you with us here tonight, Fuzzy. Hope you're enjoying that retirement there. What's keeping you busy? Buckeye Boy, checking in from I-10 in Arizona at the California border, 82 degrees at this hour. Had a good day of driving. I'm not all that much in a hurry, though. I deliver at noon Pacific time Wednesday, and I'm about 360 miles from the hotel. Hoping they let me park my truck there later today for the nighttime hours. After I deliver, I'll park at the venue. I'll just take an Uber back to the hotel, unless my hotel lets me park there the whole time, since I won't be picking it back up till Sunday. We'll see. So, Jimmy Not Funny Kimmel, back on the air, but I'm hearing many of the stations are not going to be airing the show. That'll obviously hurt his minuscule ratings. Meanwhile, Wildcat said we got well over an inch of rain Sunday. That's great. We needed that. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Billy checking in from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Oh, yes, and Buckeye Boy said the Mississippi River was pretty low when I came through the Mississippi, Louisiana on I-20 there a couple days ago. Matter of fact, we have a full update impacting the barge travel, moving the crops at this harvest time. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hello to the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. Good morning, Steve. 75 degrees in Whitewater, Kansas. Yeah, to quote Steven Tyler and Aerosmith, I'm back in the saddle again. Enjoyed some great downtime with the hot blonde wife. Traveled to Pennsylvania. I took some classes and now am an ordained minister. Well, congratulations. I know you said you had some news you could share this week, so there you go. We toured Gettysburg, the Kentucky Horse Park, the Gateway Arch, downtown St. Louis, Merrimack Springs. Entered for my first time that convenience store shopping mall they called Buc-ee's. It was an amazing place. Made it back to the Weiss compound Saturday, and today I put the brand new out-of-the-box powerful chrome-plated cow truck back to work, doing what I do best, making those patented high-speed trips on our nation's boulevard, headed west for a new adventure on the first day of fall. It's an epic night. How about a special shout-out to Norman and the Big Tipper from the Land of Oz? And right on cue, there is Norman. Check it in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper's loaded, and we're headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. All right, great to have you on board. Yeah, there was a voice we did not hear to get the greatest day of the week underway. Well, what's going on, Captain Ron? What day is it anyway?
What? I don't know. What day is it? What a weekend, huh? So I went to my rheumatologist last week because I've got this swelling going on in my left ankle, and my neck's all swollen and my face. And she didn't look concerned, said that it could be side effects from the steroids. So I thought, well, I'd try to get in to see my cardiologist Thursday and Friday. That didn't happen. So I went and did that. Remember I told you I had to do that that CT scan where I had to drink the solution and the IV and all that?
Yeah.
I did that. I did that Saturday morning. And the solution that I had was like water-based. It wasn't like chalky or anything like that.
Really?
It wasn't that horrible. I mean, I drank it down. Yeah, it was a lot better than what you told me it was going to be.
Yeah, mine was thick as molasses. Look.
Yeah, this was just like water. I mean, I drank it through a straw.
Huh.
But it didn't taste horrible, so that's one thing. So I got done with that, and we went and saw a Tampa Bay Rays game, which they lost to the Red Sox, 6-3. And then after that, I thought, well, I need an answer to find out if this is a heart issue or if it really is side effects from the steroids. Because the steroids has like a boatload of side effects. And all of them, you know, are about the same as a heart issue. So I thought, well, and I'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and my smartwatch would go off saying that my heart rate was extremely high. It kept alerting every like 10 minutes. Just sitting watching TV, it would go over 120 just for a sitting heartbeat. You know, it should be around 80 or 90 or, you know, even lower for some people. But it never would come down, so I didn't have an answer for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided on the way home, I told the wife, I said, I'm just going to go to the ER and force them to look at me. Well, you're going to be there. They're going to admit you. And I said, yeah, they usually do. It seems like here lately, every time I go to the hospital, I get admitted.
Mm-hmm.
So I packed up my CPAP machine and my chargers, and I drove myself to the hospital. And they got me right in, put me in the exam rooms, and started doing all their testing. You know, IV test, you know,
mm-hmm.
hooked up, and all the blood work. Started doing all that, EKGs, and they decided they'd put me in a room, you know, for further testing. So that's what they did. I spent most all day Sunday in the hospital, and saw the cardiologist at the end, and she said, "You've had a stress test back in April. You've had echograms. You've had numerous EKGs. We did all the blood work, checked all the enzymes. We ultrasound your legs for blood clots. everything looks fine as far as your heart goes.
Mm-hmm.
So she said it's more than likely a side effect from the steroids. But I felt like I was playing Russian roulette.
Right.
You know, like, you know, is it really my heart or is it side effects from the steroids? So I wanted to get an answer, and now I feel a lot better that it's not my heart, but the cardiologist wants me to come in and they're going to put a monitor on me. I guess one of them I think they stick it on your chest or something. I'm not positive.
I mean, years and
but
years
yeah, that
ago,
was my weekend.
It's kind of you hook it on your belt, and it kind of has like the little, like when you're doing an EKG thing. It's a heart monitor, and anytime you feel like you have an event, I was supposed to, you push the button and it records, like, you know, it saves the past, you know, it's just so they can look and see what was going on when you felt something odd, if that makes sense. But yeah, if that's what they're using on you. Yeah, that was many, many years ago for me. But hey, we got to pause there, but get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says if the government shuts down, he's going to blame the Republican lawmakers.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after the Senate voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. The House had approved the measure earlier in the day. The government now faces a shutdown on October 1st. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
Jimmy Kimmel is set to return to his late-night talk show tomorrow after he was suspended indefinitely last week by ABC. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, off and rolling here on a Tuesday. Well, we're working our way into a Tuesday from time zone to time zone, which will be the 23rd day of September. First full day of fall. Here it is. Meanwhile, we were chatting with Cap and Ron there. So they're gonna hook you up with a heart monitor, and from there,
thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for holding me over. I thought it was that little, like, inch and a half by inch and a half square that they put on your chest above your collarbone. I don't know. She didn't explain what it was.
Technology.
I guess I'll find out when I go in there.
Things have changed. I wouldn't doubt that in this day and age it's much smaller, because I'm going back probably 30 years ago when I was having some palpitations and flutters,
Yeah.
So I mean, it's probably a whole lot different now.
Well, they put me on this medication a while back that slows down, that kind of regulates your heartbeat.
Yeah.
Well, she ended up doubling that medication to slow it down more, because that was the concerning one, was that my heart rate would go up. But then I would take my blood pressure, and it would be the same as usual. I'd check my sugar, and it was normal, or for me, it was my normal range. It was like it would just bring up this excessive high heart rate for just sitting watching TV just at random.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like playing Russian roulette, well, is it my heart? Is it the steroids? And I wanted an answer. So now I've got an answer, so it's a little bit better. She put me on a water pill. I've got a built-in diuretic with my blood pressure medicine, and she said the one that's in with your blood pressure medicine is a wimp compared to the Lasix. She put me on Lasix for 2 weeks, and then I got to do potassium because that washes out your potassium, so you have to replenish your potassium, and we'll see how it goes. But these steroids are terrible, and what they do is those steroids take over your immune system, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't just stop taking them, because the body doesn't do the immune system on its own, so you have to wean off of them real slowly.
Yep.
so that the body figures out that it has to restart that system and do it itself. You know, kind of like somebody being on a ventilator. They have to wean them off of that real slowly because the body has to figure out that it's got to do it on its own. So I'll be so glad to get off these steroids.
Yep.
But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, and I forgot to give a Semper Fi shout-out to Knucklebuster last Friday night, and I'll give him one tonight. and oh, yeah, I won't be here for the next greatest day of the week either. I got to prepare for that colonoscopy. So it's every weekend, Steve.
You're in a busy cycle right now. Good golly.
I know. Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll get on the app.
Thanks for checking in. We were kind of concerned last evening. Yeah, of course, we had a Big Ed and Grump ready to get our football predictions, or actually the update from the weekend of football, winners and losers. We didn't find out it was the greatest day of the week first. According to Mike's weather page, just incredible. Gabrielle has ramped up to a Category 4 hurricane in the Atlantic, just east of Bermuda, 140-mile-per-hour sustained winds. We underwent rapid intensification, much stronger than the original forecast. That's what can happen with tropical systems. So yes, indeed, a major hurricane rapidly strengthened from Sunday afternoon to Monday morning, ramping up to Category 3, and it was by Monday evening, Category 4. Earlier this season, Aaron's increased in wind intensity from a tropical storm to the Category 5 hurricane in pretty close to 24 hours. Was considered one of the fastest on record. Of course, now there have only been 2 hurricanes this year. That was Aaron and now Gabrielle. With the eye of the storm passing about 175 miles to the east of Bermuda. The greatest impacts, dangerous seas and surf around the islands. Some wind gusts up to tropical storm force were possible. Due to the hurricane's small size, only sporadic rain was forecast to fall on the islands Monday afternoon. Now, due to the rapid intensification, large swells will be spreading from the center, ultimately reaching the Atlantic beaches of the U.S. through the middle of this week. Large waves, rough surf, strong rip currents are expected along portions of the U.S. Atlantic coast. Meanwhile, there are 2 tropical waves that forecasters are closely monitoring to gather the next named tropical storm or 2. Tropical waves, the showers and thunderstorms that march from the Indian Ocean or Africa, traveling westward over the Atlantic. This loosely organized mass of showers and thunderstorms associated with the lead wave could bring some sporadic downpours to the Lesser Antilles earlier this week, before doing the same near Puerto Rico, say midweek. Later this week, this wave will be approaching the Bahamas. It could strengthen into a tropical depression or storm. A medium chance of developing is of concern for the U.S. at this point. Should it develop, steering currents could bring this storm close to North Carolina this weekend, unleashing strong winds, heavy rain, and dangerous surf. Should the storm reach the Carolina coast, it could also continue on to affect the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England. Several hundred miles to the east of that first wave is the second wave. That wave currently has a high chance of developing during the middle and latter portions of this week, according to AccuWeather. Should this wave develop instead of the further west one, steering currents could guide this storm east of the U.S. It could be more of a concern like Gabrielle for, say, Bermuda by the weekend. If the lead wave fails to develop but the second does and tracks near or just west of Bermuda, we could see a new round of rough season surf for the Atlantic beaches of the U.S. coming our way this weekend. The peak of the 2025 season may have arrived later than the average, but activity is clearly ramping up right now. Either way, the next two names on the list for Atlantic hurricanes will be Umberto and Imelda. Imelda. It is 844-844-3388. Well, there is the Knucklebuster, Semper Fi.
Semper Fi to you too, Mr. Steve Summers. A totally terrific Tuesday, right? Well, let's get that Semper Fi shout out to Captain Ron, Truck and Field, Donut Man, and anybody else that's been a Marine there, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm on my way down here to Waco, Texas again, Steve. I'm being a lesbian this morning.
Now, how's that?
You ain't gonna fall for it.
I'm asking.
Well, I got a load of snap. I got a load of snap-on tools on, right?
Okay.
Well, you know, a redneck up in the tree with camouflage and a water blaster, you'd think he was a deer hunter, right, Steve?
I would suspect.
Yeah. You know what a redneck in a three-piece suit and a tie is?
What is it?
A branch manager.
There you go.
Yeah, enough of all that bull on it there. Well, anyway, man, I had a busy weekend. My great-grandson, he turned 2 yesterday, so they had his party Saturday there, so he whacked me in the stomach with a plastic baseball bat, Steve. I was like, oh, man, that hurt. You know, a little 2-year-old kid, he got more strength than what you think he does, right?
He got some moxie, huh?
He ain't left a bruise on my big old fat belly, so I'll get over that. So he was just playing around. Anyway, yeah, I had so much work to do, get caught up. It wasn't funny there. So I ain't worried about Jimmy Kimmel coming back. I don't listen to him anyway, so he can just do whatever he wants to do. Right?
Nothing's going to change with me. I don't get a chance to. I don't get to tune into any of the nighttime stuff. I'm in the studio getting ready for the big show.
Oh, absolutely. That's the only show I listen to, Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And you can call him at 844-844-3388. And like I tell all these women, if you don't call him, I'll spank you like a red-headed stepchild here. So, well, I'm going to ease on down here to Waco and get this thing over with there. And I'll keep calling in because it's going to be quitting time when you and I get all together again today. So, well, I'll call you a little later on, and at the latest, at loneliest hour there, Rick.
All righty. We'll be here if all goes according to plan. Safe travels. Getting the new week underway. There is the Knucklebuster. It is 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, indeed, we've got plenty of industry headlines to get to. Some folks questioning, what is ABC thinking? So the word comes down, Jimmy Kimmel back on tonight. Tuesday night, nearly a week after being pulled. Obviously, as we all know, the backlash from his comments about Charlie Kirk. Well, the Walt Disney Company, in a statement this past day, stating that production was suspended to avoid further inflaming of a tense situation during an emotional moment for the country. We felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. Now, after several days of thoughtful conversations with Kimmel before deciding the show could resume, of course, you had the FCC commissioner that had threatened to revoke ABC affiliate licenses over Kimmel's remarks. Yeah, that sparked broad debate about whether political pressure is being applied to the television networks over a comedian's comments. Media watchdog groups voicing alarm to what they described as an attempt to chill free expression via regulatory threats. Many viewers, they say, began canceling subscriptions to Disney Plus and the Disney-owned Hulu in the aftermath of the suspension. Of course, President Trump praised the decision, saying the longtime late-night host had engaged in disgusting attacks and that ABC did the right thing. Now, we all know how it got started with his monologue Monday night a week ago, that sparked outrage from many. Now, meanwhile, word comes down later in the day after that announcement was made, the Sinclair Broadcasting Group stating that they will not return Jimmy Kimmel's late-night program tonight across their dozens of ABC affiliates around the country until, here's the stipulation, until formal discussions are held within the network regarding professionalism and accountability. Furthermore, Sinclair, as they did a week ago, is calling on Kimmel to apologize to the Kirk family, initially issuing that statement hours after they announced Jimmy Kimmel Live would return from hiatus. The statement says Sinclair will not lift the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel Live on our stations until formal discussions are held with ABC regarding the network's commitment to professionalism and accountability. Now, Sinclair operates 38 ABC affiliate stations around the country. I think they are the largest ABC affiliate owner, if I'm not mistaken. Now, they further call on Kimmel to issue a direct apology to the Kirk family, stating, furthermore, we ask Mr. Kimmel to make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family and Turning Point USA. Regardless of ABC's plans for the future of the program, Sinclair intends not to return to our air until we are confident the appropriate steps have been taken to uphold the standards expected of a national broadcast platform. Earlier Monday, the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, a spokesperson for Turning Point USA, encouraged Sinclair as well as Nexstar not to carry Kimmel's show here on Tuesday. He posted on X, Disney and ABC caving and allowing Kimmel back on the air. Not surprising, but it's their mistake to make. Nexstar and Sinclair do not have to make the same choice. The Walt Disney Company in their statement said production, obviously we already said, suspended to avoid further inflaming of a tense situation, which I don't know, have things really calmed to that point here in this country? I'm just curious as to behind the scenes, setting him down, what can and can't, what's going to be off limits when he returns to the airwaves tonight. I'm going to wonder how many will tune in. Well, will many be tuning to see if he actually offers an apology to the Kirk family, admits any wrongdoing in his statements last week? Be interesting to see. 844-844-3388, a brand new day. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I hope I got some real estate here with some signal. I'm heading up US 550, going up towards Salt Lake City. We're going to try part 2 to see if we can actually make the trip without having incidences on the way. Well, they said Disney lost $387 million since the blowout with Kimmel being off the air. And I'm thinking, well, wouldn't that be considered profit on account that Kimmel was losing money? I don't know. Call me a cynic. Well, let's see here. I made a house payment a couple of Fridays ago, and it surprised me that my insurance premiums went up almost $380 a month. When I called the not USAA, that's who my insurance is with, but when I called my mortgage company, they said, yeah, that was your insurance. So I called USAA, and I said, what the hell? I can't be responsible for all that going on down there in California with bad government decision-making. Said, I didn't start that damn fire. I said, now the people on the East Coast, I said, I can understand that because, that was an act of God. That was nature. You can't mess around with Mother Nature.
Mm-hmm.
And they says, well, it's because the price of building material has gone up. And I says, well, I just had my roof replaced, and I think that's pretty damn sad. They said, you just had what? I said, y'all replaced my roof. Oh, when did this happen? And I'm thinking, you guys wrote the check. Why is it not in y'all's system? So I looked in there and says, oh, well, it only goes. And I don't like it, but it's a hell of a lot better than $370 a month. Oh, man, I tell you what, if you're not on top of these people, they're going to get away with murder. Well, that's probably a bad choice of wording there. But, yeah, that's pretty sad. Everybody get on their insurance people and find out, just update what you've got done to your house. Well, speaking of that bad word, what they were saying, that half the kids today, 18 to 20 something, think it's okay to assassinate someone due to political differences. I would like to ask one of those liberal kids and say, I may disagree with your parents on an issue, whether it be social, economic, political, and so what they're saying is it's okay to shoot somebody because you disagree with them. Now, they're not considering that this person might be, someone that disagrees with their father or mother or whoever, but it could also be that the person that is erased, for lack of a better term, could be their family member.
Well, hold the thought. We must pause there as we hit the top of the hour.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Final preparations are underway as world leaders gather in Manhattan this week for the United Nations General Assembly.
For this 80th session of the General Assembly, more than 150 heads of state and their entourages will arrive at UN headquarters in New York. President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks on Tuesday. He's also expected to meet on the sidelines with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to continue discussing ways to end the war with Russia. I'm Rory O'Neill.
President Trump is urging U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political rivals.
Trump went on Truth Social Saturday and complained that nothing is being done about his political foes and called for charges to be brought against Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump wrote, quote, "We can't delay any longer," and said the lack of charges was killing our reputation and credibility. In all caps, he added, "Justice must be served now." I'm Rob Martier.
California Governor Gavin Newsom signed the No Secret Police Act in order to protect illegal aliens, and he says to hold the Trump administration accountable.
You're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement. Provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
Newsom says one of the bills targets the identities of immigration customs and enforcement agents in California.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Governor Newsom signed several bills into law known as the No Secret Police Act. One of the new laws is expected to enhance protections on school campuses. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The newest TikTok trend is preparing for the end times.
A South African pastor recently said it should arrive either this Tuesday or Wednesday, noting he had a vision that the rapture was coming. That's the belief that some Christians will leave this world behind. While earlier predictions of the rapture or the end of the world haven't panned out, some are online giving advice, some serious, a lot not, in what's being called rapture talk. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Pfizer is looking to purchase the weight loss drug maker Metsera.
The pharmaceutical company said it would acquire Metsera in an up to $7.3 billion deal, including future payments, as it moves to capture a share of the booming obesity drug market. The move follows a string of setbacks for Pfizer, including a decision to scrap its own lead obesity pill in April due to safety concerns. Pfizer and Metsera's deal is expected to close at the end of the year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A massive crowd packed State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona yesterday to pay their respects to the late conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
The 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder was assassinated earlier this month while speaking on a college campus in Utah. A laundry list of representatives from the Trump administration spoke at yesterday's event, from Secretary of State Marco Rubio to DNI Tulsi Gabbard, Vice President Vance, and President Trump himself. Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, delivered a powerful message in front of all of those gathered to mourn her husband when she said she forgives the man accused of shooting him. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Those just joining in as we kick off a brand new day. Fall has officially arrived. Meanwhile, heads up, harvest season is underway in Iowa. According to state officials, large amounts of agricultural truck traffic has hastened the need for efficient and effective collection of the harvest. So an emergency declaration is now in place through October 18, providing relief to agricultural haulers in the state. Requirements regarding overweight divisible loads under certain circumstances will prevent or hinder efforts to cope with time-sensitive harvest activities in all counties, according to the declaration. So the order allows vehicles transporting soybeans, corn, hay, straw, silage, fertilizer, manure, and distillers' grains to be overweight but not exceed 90,000 pounds without a permit for the duration of the declaration. Relief applies to loads transported on all highways within the state, excluding the interstate system. Vehicles operating under this declaration cannot exceed the maximum axle weight limit by more than 12.5%, or the legal maximum axle weight limit of 20,000 pounds. All loads must comply with posted limits on roads and bridges. All right, no other exemptions are in place other than those specifically mentioned in the Iowa Harvest Emergency Order. The Department of Public Safety, they tell us, has been directed to monitor the operation of the proclamation to ensure public safety and facilitate the movement of trucks involved in the state's harvest season. All right, Iowa ranks in the top 10 production-wise nationwide in several agricultural categories, including corn and grains, soybeans, poultry, according to the Department of Agriculture there. So harvest time, indeed, in full swing as we speak. Welcome back, Senor Heatwave.
Thank you, Senor, for holding me over. So as we were talking before the break, these kids think it's going, this can't possibly happen to their parents. It always happens to somebody else. Mm-hmm. Or their grandfather, or their brothers or sisters. But when that happens, will they be singing another tune? I don't know. It's crazy what they're learning in schools. They high school and college, where there's never enough knowledge one can acquire in college, as my daddy says. And he's right. We got a bunch of college-educated idiots out there. So, Gavin Newsom, take off the mask. What are you trying to hide, huh? What you afraid of? Well, let's think about it. These are federal law enforcement. They don't follow state. State and local laws don't apply to them. Plus, since they are enforcing the laws on the books, they have gotten, what do they say, 1,000 times more being attacked since they've been doing this?
Yep.
I mean, what about Antifa and them other idiots that wear masks? Well, let's have them unmask themselves. Oh, no, we can't do that because they're private citizens and we have to protect them. Well, I hope the rest of the country sees, at least has some common sense about what's going on, and realize that you can't do that. It's either everybody or nobody. But you don't want to dox these law enforcement people, because then not only them, but their families are at risk. So, well, other than that, Captain Ron, I'm glad to hear that you're doing all right, and I can tell you why it didn't taste near as bad as what you thought it was going to be. See, they added a little bit of sugar and a little bit of water when they mixed the crayons up in that big blender. And since you're already so used to tasting the crayon, it didn't normal. Bother you that it didn't taste that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That's the reason why it wasn't that bad. All right, Senor, I'm going to let you go before I lose some real estate and some coverage. So you have yourself a good night. We'll holler at y'all later on.
All right, appreciate you checking in there. As far as Antifa, he mentioned they did actually get the designation of a domestic terror organization this past day. Yeah, we'll give you the breakdown on that coming up here. President had threatened to do that. He has now done so. I guess there's question marks of how do you enforce that? But you notice the fall colors showing up weeks ahead of schedule, especially across the Northeast. Primarily, it's because of the weather. Yeah, leaves started early this fall, and making that change from green to yellows and oranges across the Northeast and the Ohio Valley. Over recent years, the change has been more pronounced in late September. The main culprit, that stretch of dry weather dating back to August, which has stressed certain trees in particular, slowing the supply of food and water to the leaves. Plus, we had a spell of cooler weather around the start of the month here that sped up the colorful transition. The production of chlorophyll was shut down, and the colorful pigments left in the leaf then allowed to come forward. As a result, those who like to go out and peep the leaves in the Mid-Atlantic, Ohio Valley, and New England will have more time to enjoy the colors. Although the peak colors may not be quite as vibrant this year because of the change so early, the season can go for a longer period of time, but the complete turnover in colors may happen gradually. So you can have a mix of green and other colors through the season. Since the trees are facing extra stress from the expanding drought conditions, they're more likely to drop their leaves early. And if there's a big shift in the weather, could make for an abrupt end to the leaf peeping season. Any type of windstorm can easily bring leaves down too early. But the early fall foliage is also unfolding across parts of the Northwest, as well as parts of the Rocky Mountains due to the dry weather conditions there. How vibrant the season looks in the weeks ahead, that's going to hinge on the weather still to come. Ample sunshine with cool nights without frost could help bring out more reds and purples before the peak foliage season passes us by. But the change of the seasons is indeed upon us. Hey, what's on your mind? 844-844-3388. We were talking the Mississippi, a lack of rain, particularly in areas that drain into the Ohio River, now leading to barge restrictions on the Mississippi. Back on September 13, water levels on the Mississippi at Memphis measured at approximately minus 4.45 feet, according to the National Water Prediction Center, which is part of NOAA. The negative measurement, how does that work? That's the difference between the actual level and the base number called the datum. With flows from upstream able to be predicted, NOAA is predicting flows at Memphis were predicted to reach a low threshold of minus 8 feet by the 1st of October. These low levels resulted in shipping restrictions being implemented last Friday, according to the statement from the Coast Guard. The limitations between Cairo, Illinois, where the Ohio joins the Mississippi, limited barges to drafts of 10 feet and 6 barges wide. Those restrictions put in place south to Lake Providence in Louisiana. South of that, the Gulf of Mexico, the draft rises to 10 foot 6 inches. Barge width still, though, at 6 barges across. According to the Lower Mississippi River Commission, an industry group that serves as a conduit between the river shipping companies and the government agencies involved in keeping the flow of transit, like the Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers. He's also a port captain with Canal Barge. I said normal conditions on the lower Mississippi, which is generally defined as south of Cairo all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, would allow a barge grouping to be 8 barges wide and 6 barges long, total of 48 barges. The impact of the lower water levels may be showing up in barge rates. The Department of Agriculture's weekly grain transportation report is showing barge rates between Cairo and Memphis as 27% less than last year's figure, 20% less than the 3-year average. But the rate expressed as a percentage of a 1976 base rate ticked up as of Tuesday to 600. North of Cairo, the Mississippi has a series of locks and dams where they can regulate low water levels, plus the current drought monitor shows the drought conditions in the upper Midwest to be less severe than in the Ohio Valley. Those conditions reducing flows out of the Ohio into the Mississippi at Cairo, adding to the difference in severity between the upper and lower Mississippi. Now, the executive director of the Soy Transportation Coalition, the members the group serves are once again dealing with low water levels on top of the loss of the Chinese market. He noted that the dry conditions in the Ohio Valley are a major contributor to the current woes. If you have low volume on the Ohio, you've got low volume on the lower Mississippi. It is becoming a problem, he says. Hasn't got to the level of last year, which was described as really traumatic. The low water levels are bringing about a here we go again reaction among other members of the shipping community. 4 years ago, he said, we reached historical lows, the lowest the Mississippi River had ever been. The feeling in the industry was that was the result of a 100-year drought. Maybe it won't happen again. But then the river set new all-time low levels in 22 and 23, and while the current levels aren't that low, right now, he said, we're just hoping and praying we don't set another record this year. Of course, we are getting some rain in that basin, Ohio River Basin, with these on and off showers throughout the week ahead. Now, it's going to take a bit of time for that to all flow downstream, but this may actually deal a bit of a slowdown in the dropping levels. It is 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Looking at 22 past the hour here on a early Tuesday. Your week's off to a good start. What's happening, horse feathers? Did we finally get a little rest this past day?
Yeah, we got a decent nap in there. Got us, 5 hours of sleep or so. So we're feeling good tonight. All ready to go. Get to daylight anyway. And anyways, hey, I think we're supposed to start out by saying, hey, Mike, what season is it? What season is it anyway, Your Honor?
Yeah, well, fall is here.
That much closer to propane season. Propane and propane accessories. Don't forget the accessory. You got to have accessories to go with your propane. You can't just have one without the other. It's kind of like your peanut butter and chocolate. It ain't good just one without the other. So So anyways, I guess yesterday I was supposed to say happy birthday to Lauren Weiss, because as normal in my Facebook algorithms there, I see at the very end of the day that it said that it was his birthday. So I guess a shout out there, and maybe we'll toss him the big cookie. We haven't heard much about the big cookie in the past little while. So maybe we should throw Lauren Weiss a big cookie there for the good vacation and hot blonde wife, and they can split that as a birthday cookie for the two-time world champion bull hauler,
ordained minister.
Anyway, and yes, that too. So I don't know. Is he going to go into business with Ramble, or are they going to have a dual thing going on down there at the Determined Ministries?
Good question.
I don't know. Maybe we'll have to look into that. Yeah. So. Anyways, hey, the other thing I forgot to tell you is keep this quiet. Keep this under wraps. Don't tell nobody. I was supposed to tell you this yesterday. Buy Build-A-Bear stock. Did you catch that, Your Honor?
I
catch Build-A-Bear?
did not.
What happened?
What's going on with Build-A-Bear?
Well, apparently somebody lit a fire underneath their stock numbers there, because apparently they went skyrocket. So whatever's going on with Build-A-Bear, I don't know if you can still get in, or if you're a day trader or whatever, but yeah, I can't believe the Dow only went up what it did. Must be Build-A-Bear's on NASDAQ, because I heard NASDAQ went up higher than the Dow did. So I don't know, maybe they're over there, and that's what caused the NASDAQ to go up so much. But anyways, maybe you can give us more of an update. I think they got the Bitcoin bug or something there, because their stock share went up quite a bit. Anyways, I don't know what else we got going for you here. I guess real quick, just to throw it out there. Last night I told you something about Captain Steve there. He had grandkids that are supposed to be getting wishes there from Make-A-Wish.
Yes.
So anyways, He was starting a little campaign to raise some money, and he was gonna put in $5,000 to match the first 5,000, kind of like what Hot Shot does for me. And so anyways, I guess that 5,000 was come across pretty quick, because last I saw, the post came out there yesterday, I don't know, sometime in the later afternoon I saw it. Of course, as I say, I don't know the relativity, because Facebook algorithms don't always do so well for me. Most of the time I'm 2 or 3 days late to the situation. But 102 102,000, $102,000 so far that they've raised.
So he said that they've raised enough to grant 10 individuals' wishes, and he's on pace now for maybe, he said, let's just try to get it 12, 13. That's each wish is like $10,000, right?
It is, and that's right about the number there, and that's what Rainey's threw out last, I believe, was it February? Was it last? I think it was maybe March. I don't know. Whatever Rainey's did their Road to Wishes campaign there, they had eight kids they wanted to grant wishes for, so they were hoping to raise $80,000, and they did so good they raised extra on top of that too. So. Anyways, congratulations to Rainey's for what they did, and congratulations to Captain Steve for what he did and his followers. And I'll tell you, that's pretty amazing and pretty great there for all the kids. So anyways, other than that, there we got checking in our email and stuff, and found out that we had a letter there from the state of Maryland Motor Vehicle Department, telling me that my license was downgraded to a normal driver's license because my medical card was not current on my status from the federal government to them in their record.
And behold, so this is another screw up there where your practitioner did not get it forwarded to the appropriate database at the FMCSA?
Well, no. No, and I don't know if you want to do the rest of the story after the news or if you want to try to squeeze it in quick. But you can go either way.
I think we'd be a little bit hard-pressed to get it in before the break. But the headline story, Build-A-Bear, from this past day, Monday, September 22nd, the experimental retailer known for its customizable stuffed animals has seen its stock surge dramatically in recent months. Driven by robust revenue growth, strategic expansions that defy the broader retail headwinds. We'll delve a little more into the numbers coming up here. But first, do not buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is pushing for the Justice Department to reopen an investigation into Tom Homan.
Jeffries' request for an investigation into President Trump's borders follows reports that Homan accepted thousands of dollars from undercover FBI agents last year. Homan's alleged actions were brought to the forefront after an NBC News report said he had been under investigation by the Biden-era Justice Department for accepting $50,000 in exchange for government contracts. Homan is denying the allegations, while top DOJ officials dismissed the investigation as untrustworthy. I'm Jim Roop.
The White House says President Trump has signed an executive order that designates Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization.
The president announced last week he would take the action against the far-left anti-fascism movement. At the time, he called the group a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster. The administration has promised to crack down on left-leaning political groups following the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At it here. As Paul Harvey once said, now for the rest of the story.
And did you get done buying your Build-A-Bear stock? You had a little chance there during the news.
I guess it's become a thing for the new mothers and fathers, the younger generation, that they all got Build-A-Bears when they were kids. And it's become really popular for them to take now their kids to get a Build-A-Bear, kind of memories from their childhood.
Yep, and they're doing it in niche areas, too, because they're doing it like on cruise ships, and they're doing it at amusement parks and other little places you can think of to do it. They're doing it at these specialty locations so that when you're out there, you know, it's, hey, let's go do this because this is a little entertaining, and you know that people don't go to the mall anymore like they used to. You know, you used to go to the mall to do that. Now nobody goes to the mall anymore, so that is kind of a unique thing there.
Yeah,
so congratulations to them, and to as I say, look into how they can expand and do something different. But I guess if you're going to work for Build-A-Bear, I guess you want to be able to ride on a boat if they do the one on the cruise ship, huh? Life on the boat. That might be a good thought, Your Honor. That'd be a good retirement package for us, wouldn't it? Go out and just cruise forever, never get off the boat. But anyways, to get back to my story, so my medical card expired on the 19th of September, and knowing that, I had to do a stress test this year for my every other year deal there, and the place I do my stress test does it on a Tuesday once a month. So you got to try to schedule it in as much as you can, and times are like every other medical procedure type thing. I mean, if you're not there almost a year in advance scheduling it, they're like, oh, no, we don't have any dates for that day. Try next month. And so I actually ended up getting my stress test on, I don't know, it was the first Tuesday of September, whatever it was. So it was like 2 weeks before the medical card expired. And I scheduled my DOT physical actually for the 15th, which was Monday, and the card expired on Friday, for the fact that I needed to get the results from the stress test. Even though I had the stress test, I still have to have the results to carry into the medical examiner, that's certified by the FMCSA to be the doctor to tell me that I'm healthy and able to drive a truck.
Yes.
Don't ask the cardiologist or my general practitioner. So anyways, I go to this, it's an occupational health place. It's not a chiropractor or, a dentist or somebody like that just has a shingle out and paid their $5,000 or $10,000 to the FMCSA to be a certified medical examiner. But it's actually connected to a hospital. It's an occupational health. My boss has to use it because of our random drug program. And I figured, well, that'd be the place that would actually know how to do it, because, I mean, that's their business.
Mm-hmm.
So I go there to do my physical, and of course, being a hospital location and it's an occupational health business that caters to truck drivers and construction workers. No truck parking. Don't bring your truck to the hospital because there's no place to park your truck. Unless you're like Horse Feathers and you find the loading dock and you park your truck in the road for the loading dock. Figured that one out. But anyway, so I get my physical on the 15th, and they give me a copy of a medical certificate that says, hey, you got your physical, you're all good to go. And I said, this is all loaded up to the FMCSA, right? It's all in their system. Oh, yeah, that's the only way we get this piece of paper. All right. So yesterday I get the email from the state of Maryland saying, yeah, your license is back on September 20th was downgraded to a normal motor vehicle license, not a CDL license. So yesterday when I was out here doing all my work, I didn't have a CDL license when I was doing it, Your Honor. Isn't that nice?
Okay.
Not that I found out until the afternoon.
After the fact.
And, yeah, exactly. So anyways, but I do have the copy that, that says that it's in the federal system. So I call with my little bit of attitude that I have occasionally when I make phone calls when things aren't done correctly to the occupational health people, because as you just assumed, I assumed, and you know what happens when you assume, Your Honor. Something about making an ass out of somebody. But anyways, they say the only way they can get that certificate printed is by actually putting in all the correct information to the FMCSA portal. So if they put in the driver's license number mistakenly that doesn't match the driver's name, it kicks it back. If they put in the address wrong that doesn't match the driver's name or the driver's license, it kicks it back. If they put in the wrong date of birth, it kicks it back.
Gotcha.
Because, they got no instruction from the FMCSA how to do this. They actually had to learn how to do it themselves. So they're like, we're going to intentionally screw up and put things in wrong. Because I, asked to speak to the supervisor. So I'm talking with her, and she's telling me how they went through this whole testing procedure with a couple drivers to make sure that if they made a mistake, if one of their people made a data entry mistake, It didn't affect the drivers not having the medical card, certification, being able to have the state link it to it. So anyways, she tells me all that. And she's like, yeah, she says, I'm reading right here. She says, she read me off the number for my driver's license right off their screen, she said, right out of the FMCSA portal and all that. So in the email, there's a phone number to get a hold of the DOT medical certificate office in the Maryland motor vehicle. And well, come lo and behold, nobody's bothered to update their system in Maryland. So for I don't know how long. So the computer just automatically generated the letters saying that my license was downgraded because the medical card wasn't attached to it because nobody had done it. So the computer can auto-generate and downgrade your license, but it can't auto go in and connect the medical card to your license. So I don't know how many other states are designed that way, set up that way.
Yeah. And I wonder,
a pretty backwards, upside down.
How many other individuals like yourself have had to get a physical and had their license downgraded at the same time by the computer.
Well, that's the thing. And until you get this letter and you go into the motor vehicle portal to read the letter, because it doesn't just give you the letter to read online. It tells you, you have a notification, and then you actually have to sign into and I did this a long time ago because of trying to get historic vehicles registered. I had to set up the whole portal deal to be able to do all this historic vehicle registration. So, but without having that, and if you're not an online person, I mean, how many of your listeners out here
yes
pretty much use their smartphone as a cell phone and don't use it as a communication device for emails or the Facebook and all that? I mean, I get people that that listen to your show that say, "Hey, we're trying to listen on the app and the app's not working. What do I do?" And I gotta text them the YouTube link or the Facebook link so that they can actually just click on it so they can start listening that way, And that's the thing is there's in the transportation industry, there's still so many drivers that are not savvy with the internet, with email, with that, just wouldn't be able to do this stuff. So I don't know. I think the government's just trying to run the old breed out, Your Honor, and I think it's going to be another case that they're sadly mistaken of what they're wishing for. I think they're going to get something they don't want.
One of those unintended consequence scenarios.
But anyways, we got it all straightened out from some guy that was from, I don't know, one of them Stanny countries by the accent that he had. That was very, very hard to understand on the phone, and but I did get another notification in my portal saying that my CDL was now upgraded back to where it was supposed to be, and there's no lacks of what it's supposed to be, and I'm legal again to do my job.
Okay.
So
don't be breaking the rules.
So
now we know. Yeah. Now we know the rest of the story. Okay, at least he's legal tonight. All right, the president Monday designating the left-wing Antifa movement officially as a domestic terrorist organization. Antifa is a shorthand term for anti-fascist, used to describe diffuse far-left groups. And there have been questions since Trump first mooted the designation last week about how to define it. Now, the order on Monday describing Antifa as a militarist, anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the United States government and was using violence and terrorism to suppress free speech because of the aforementioned pattern of political violence designed to suppress lawful political activity and obstruct the rule of law. I hereby designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Now, in an apparent nod to the questions about how to define Antifa, his order accused it of using elaborate means and mechanisms to shield the identities of its operatives. It used the same methods to hide its sources of funding and recruit new members. The order also cast a net wide against the nebulous group. His order says U.S. authorities can act against any person claiming to act on behalf of Antifa or for which Antifa or any person claiming to act on behalf of provided material support. He has repeatedly warned of a crackdown on these left-wing groups since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. A rise in violence. The president also threatened action against what he called Antifa, going all the way back to his first term, as you'll recall. He, blaming them for various wrongs, from violence against police to being behind the U.S. Capitol riot on January of 21. So we'll see where it goes. Antifa-aligned activists, as we've seen, where they show up at various, oftentimes conservative protests, often dressed entirely in black, protesting against racism, far-right values, what they consider fascism. And they say violent tactics are sometimes justified as self-defense. 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Coming up, Plowboy on board. Hang in there. Let me get you Vic first. Rolling into a Tuesday. What's going on, Vic?
Hey, well, I heard that you were talking about that guy from the Soy Transport, what do they call it? Soy Transportation Coalition?
Yes.
And that's funded by the American Soybean Association, which in turn is funded by farmers paying a tax on every bushel of soybeans they sell. And that's called the check, you know, like write a check or something. That's called the check off program. And it wasn't really intended basically to be used the way a lot of it is. And the main thing that I was thinking about was I keep hearing this stuff about we need to get more export business out of China. And what he was talking about was like on the Mississippi River and all that, where they're going to have to reduce the barge flows and all of that. Well, he was mentioning about exports to China. Most exports to China from the United States comes off the northwest coast out there, out of Seattle and everything. And most of the soybeans are railed out there. They're not, so I really don't know what he's talking about. And I know the last time that they went through all that, actually there was a river in, not a river, but a plant in Arkansas that had bought some soybeans. And I don't know how, but it was somehow went through a British broker or something. And they were really worried about getting the soybeans up the Mississippi and the Arkansas to get to that soybean processor in Arkansas, because they had bought, soybeans cheaper there than they could have bought them domestically. And that particular soybean plant, or processor there, they tried to declare a force majeure because the Mississippi River wasn't navigable, and it was, I think that lawsuit went on for 2 or 3 years anyway. A court in London said, no, you can't cause a force majeure because you had an alternate method of travel. You could have used rail to get that up there. So I don't know what the following outcome was as far as payments and all that, but I do know that they denied them a force majeure. And whenever I made the mistake, I guess, of watching them one day and getting a little lazy, and that's when he was on TV and he was talking about, well, the trains only run east and west; they don't run north and south. And it's like, what is he talking about? There's several trains that run down there, and whenever they deregulated everything, then the railroads didn't have to pay attention to the ICC rates anymore. And the first thing they did, there's always been a war going on between the barges and the rail. The first thing they did was figured out the rate that they could charge to rail 100-car train, called a unit train, down to New Orleans. And basically at one time you could actually rail it down cheaper than what you could barge it down, and it would get there a lot quicker. So when I heard you talking about that, I really don't know how that guy hangs those to his job. I don't know. I sent you one of the USDA has a great big old chart. I haven't had to mess with that for years, but you have to figure out what the cost per bushel of it is, and then you set your basis bids and everything. But I would think that barge freight, if they're down to about a 50% capacity per barge, I would think that their rate would have probably jumped almost doubled, because the expense is still going to be the same, because they have to pay for the barge fleeting services and all this other stuff. So, like I say, my memory is of that like 40 years or so ago. So it wouldn't be too current, but I just know how the whole system works and how this Steenhoek, whatever his name is, how he keeps hanging on to his job, I don't know. But the other thing is they were talking about exporting more to China, and that's also affecting the negotiations that I think Trump is having with China right now, because all the different farm groups, they're jumping up and down and saying, you got to get more export to China and all this stuff. But, like with your sponsor now, with your program, they use a lot of the biodiesel, and they also use just the regular raw soybean oil after it's been processed to be used in engines. I don't know how much they deal with that, but we could actually export a lot of the soy diesel to other countries and everything if they lifted some of this restrictions on us exporting any like raw crude oil. And I think we can only send refined products, export refined products, and that goes way back to the days of the energy crisis. So I would have to say that they'd need to look a little bit harder of how could we actually export refined products and they could be refined here in this country and everybody would make some money out of it. But that's just the thoughts that I had. And the other thing, talking about Trump there and all that, I was looking at the conspiracy statutes today, and Trump's jumping up and down, wanting them to move on to some sort of prosecution. If he just let Congress go ahead with what they're doing and investigating and seeing where a lot of this money is going, as far as like the Act Blue and all of this, and like you were talking about there with the Antifa thing. Today I seen, maybe yesterday, that they had mentioned that somehow the Southern Poverty Law Center was tangled up with that Antifa. And many years ago when Reagan took office, and they had something called the Klan Watch, because there were people that they went off the rails, and I misinterpreted what Reagan wanted to get accomplished and messed up the sunset provision in the original 1964 Civil Rights Act that was supposed to expire early in Reagan's term, and that's whenever Jesse Jackson came out and said, "Mend it, don't end it," and unfortunately they kind of did that, and there were, I don't know, they basically killed 2 or 3 people and did other things, and so that just turned the whole process around, and they kind of rejuvenated the Klan back at that time. And
right. I gotta take a news break here. But first, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says if the government shuts down, he's going to blame the Republican lawmakers.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after the Senate voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. The House had approved the measure earlier in the day. The government now faces a shutdown on October 1st. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Deportation court cases that have been put on hold for the last several years are now back on the docket in San Diego.
Immigration cases as far back as 10 to 15 years that have been paused or put on
on hold are now being put back on the schedule. NBC7 says the number of cases being processed is up 750% in San Diego from a year ago. There are around 350 cases recalendared in all of 2024, increasing to nearly 3,000 in the first half of this year. I'm Jack Cronin.
A Navy doctor in San Diego has been removed from leadership after promoting transgender health care.
Commander Janelle Mara, a 17-year Navy veteran, is still with the military but has been removed from her leadership role. Union Tribune says she had included her pronouns in her social media profile and listed her job title as Deputy Medical Director for Transgender Health Care. Pentagon says a department was considered in the past, but there's currently no Navy Transgender Health Center. I'm Jack Cronin.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
Jimmy Kimmel is set to return to his late-night talk show tomorrow after he was suspended indefinitely last week by ABC following comments he made related to Charlie Kirk's assassination. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A federal prosecutor says he's contacted the U.S. Secret Service to investigate California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Saturday morning, Newsom's press office posted that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, quote, is going to have a bad day, adding, "You're welcome, America." Bill Essayli, the acting U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, later shared the post on X and claimed he contacted the Secret Service to request a threat assessment. Newsom's press office then reshared its post about Noem with an attached press release announcing the governor's plan to sign legislation that will protect immigrant communities and hold Trump accountable. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The NYPD is on heightened alert, not just due to United Nations sessions, but the Jewish High Holy Days began at sundown with Rosh Hashanah.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says while there are no specific threats, police security is ramped up around synagogues.
Because no one should ever be afraid to worship freely and openly.
Tisch notes that while Jews make up just 10% of New York's 8 million residents, they're targets of more than half of the city's hate crimes.
The NYPD will never tolerate bias or hate anywhere in our city in any form.
I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
It now costs $5 million to get the so-called American dream. A new analysis from Investopedia looked at 8 components of what a survey identified as the most common for achieving the American dream, including raising children, sending those kids to college, owning a home, and retirement. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour underway. Trust your week's off to a good start. Time zone to time zone, 23rd day of September comes our way. First full day of fall. All right, I love a good shrimp ring. Don't often, I think maybe once or twice in my life, I've purchased shrimp, frozen shrimp out of the bag. But several weeks ago, there was a major recall of shrimp. That just expanded, apparently dramatically. Nearly 85,000 more bags of frozen shrimp sold at Kroger stores and affiliated grocery chains being recalled. Concerns over potential contamination with cesium-137, the radioactive material that can increase the risk of cancer. Aquastar USA Corporation, based in Seattle, issued the voluntary recall on September 19th, just a couple days ago, after the Food and Drug Administration flagged 3 shrimp products that may have been prepared or stored under conditions that would allow for contamination. The investigation is ongoing for an Indonesian seafood processor known as BMS Foods, after traces of cesium-137 were detected in shrimp shipments. Now, they said no product had tested positive, had been sold in the U.S., but warned that some shrimp from this supplier may still pose a risk. The latest recall products include Kroger brand raw colossal easy peel shrimp 2-pound bags. They're sold in the blue-topped bags. Best Buy dates ranging from March the 26th to April 24th of 2027. I mean, people put these things in the freezer. Kroger brand Mercado cooked medium peeled tail-off shrimps, 2-pound bags. Sold in green striped packages. Best Buy dates up to October of 2027. Then you have Aquastar raw peeled tail-on shrimp skewers. Sold in printed bags, Best Buy dates between November 7 and November 15 of 2027. Now, these had been distributed, they say, to grocery stores in 34 states, much of the country, including Ralph's, Fred Meyer, Fry's, Smith's, Food for Less, Mariano's, and others under the Kroger umbrella. The man-made radioactive isotope, cesium-137, the FDA warns repeated low-dose exposure, such as through contaminated food or water, can increase the risk of cancer over time due to damage to the DNA. It was back in August when Walmart stores had recalled packages of their great value frozen raw shrimp, sold in 13 states for the exact same reason. Customers are advised to not eat the shrimp, return the product for a full refund. So there you go. Plowboy, what's happening?
Not too much, Steve. How y'all doing?
Well, we made it through the greatest day of the week. How about that?
Yeah, that was a big plus, yeah. Start off. I talked to Heat Wave there a bit ago. I let him know Yesterday morning, I got an unfortunate phone call. Everybody, please take and say a prayer, say a good thought for Norman Bice, better known as a Red Mule.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, he lost his wife.
Oh, okay.
He lost his wife. She went on to be with little Jesus. And, yep. And he's got quite a few things going on in his family. He's got a daughter that he's got to look after, and yeah. And I mean, it's going to take a little bit of while to, yeah. Just want to pass that along. I told him I would, and yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, he'd been off the road primarily, taking care of her for several years now.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since that was going on, plus fighting with all that other crap. Yeah, but that's about all I got. Just wanted to let everybody know about what's going on with Norman.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, you reported here a bit ago about Iowa and raising them 12% on the poundage per axles up there with the harvest crews. I went from, now I'm going to be a little bit more vocal. Did you happen to see CDL Live and a dumbass stunt that oversized driver pulled? I forget what highway it was on, where he hit that X9 John Deere combine and threw it in the ditch like it was a piece of toilet paper.
Yeah, I saw that a couple of days ago, yeah.
$1 million machine. I mean, come on. That guy doesn't even need a driver's license, plus the pilot car's in the wrong position, in my opinion. I don't know about the state that happened in. I cannot figure that one ever out. But, I mean, it was just amazing how somebody thought that could have been me, that could have been anybody's child, even hell. I've run that thing as young as 11, 12 years old, or it could have been somebody's elderly grandpa moving the combine. We're all out there. But, I mean, it's just amazing how surprised he wasn't hurt. And, yeah, it's total destruction. I mean, that Caterpillar, it didn't even sustain probably even a scratch way it was. They don't, but for the DA awards, I'm going to go a little bit more stringent. Steve, I thought we couldn't shut down the government for nothing. Weren't we going to kill the grandma, the grandpa, the little children going to go hungry? And now I hear we're looking at the governmental shutdown by the Democrats. Shouldn't they get their asses to the table and get things resolved?
Well, Trump's going to
told to all them years now.
Trump's going to sit down with them on Thursday, but it's really going to be all for naught. Chuck Schumer's trying to make a show out of it. He's trying to garner the headlines and just to scare everybody and point the finger of blame that it's the Republicans' fault. You know the drill.
Yeah, him and Hakeem Jeffries need to pull their heads out, and go on. But now, Pappy, I hope you will give your thoughts on this one. I've just seen something that is absolutely blatant. How dare a city council in the city of Minnesota tell their police force how to operate? I don't know whether you've caught this one, but it really kind of got me over the edge. Well, there will be no more taillight violations or nothing, because taillight violations ends up into something bigger. And a prosecutor in Hennepin County, I think I pronounced it right, if they find anything in the car on the car stop that's for a light being blown out or whatever, the prosecutor will go in to throw them out because it was not an approved car stop. Since when did a city councilman all of a sudden become the damn law enforcement in these towns and these little birds? This is absolutely nuts. And nuts. Now we got Tom Homan being investigated by that damn Hakeem Jeffries, who doesn't need to say anything but try to do his. He's got a neighbor to his north, I think, that Laquita James, whatever her damn name is. She ought to be worried, because I think they're all. Yet we're told how to operate our police forces. Steve, this is the closest I've ever seen them closest to as they can't defund them. I guess they're going to tell them what the hell to do because they were bitching about an 89-cent light bulb. Hey, we have read it. You've read your stories on the Dumbass of the Week awards. A U-Haul or whatever car got caught coming up whichever interstate highway for a brake light out or whatever. You've seen them. And what we have end up? A pretty good-sized drug bust.
Routine traffic stops, yeah, and oftentimes end up in major drug busts. That's why they always say if you're going to be in the business of dealing illegal narcotics or transporting illegal drugs across the country, don't be driving 85 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. That's going to get you pulled over. But, we can highlight, criminals aren't always the brightest bulbs on the block. Hey there, Knuckle Buster. I see that your favorite beer that you so often haul, Modelo, is no longer the top-selling beer in America. Michelob Ultra notching a major milestone, surpassing all of its rivals to now be the top-selling beer in America. Executives crediting its rise to the top, which includes surpassing Modelo Especial, in large part because of its heavily capitalizing on the sports industry's biggest events. I would say the prime reason is the fall of Bud Light. Many of the protests surrounding Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light actually switched over and began drinking Michelob Ultra. The only thing is it's supporting the same company. Mich Ultra and Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch. So it's 6 one, half dozen of the other. I'm sure Anheuser-Busch has got to be thrilled. Anheuser-Busch InBev became the NBA's first ever global beer sponsor and is the official beer sponsor of the upcoming FIFA World Cup next year and the LA Games in 2028. They've also garnered a more than 30-year partnership with the PGA Tour. This has turned Michelob Ultra into an absolute rocket ship, they say. Now, the company providing data to consumer packaged goods companies highlighted in the latest read that Mich Ultra has claimed the top spot for the latest 52 weeks in retail channels. It's also claimed the top spot in bars and restaurants, according to data from Nielsen IQ. The executive vice president of this category in Circana says the Mich Ultra brand stands out as the growth leader in the industry with no signs of slowing down. This essentially or effectively ends Constellation Brands' reign at the top. That's the brewer of Modelo. They claimed that number one spot in June of 23 when Modelo surpassed Bud Light on the dollar sales basis after the backlash of Bud Light and the Dylan Mulvaney marketing campaign. I think that's still being seen in the impacts in a lot of Mich Ultra drinkers out there. It's 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Past the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So I see NASA this past day unveiling a class of 10 new astronaut candidates to support the Artemis program and other deep space exploration goals. The group includes 6 women and 4 men, with several candidates holding relevant expertise for future Moon or Mars missions. Quick rundown: Ben Bailey, mechanical engineer; Lauren Edgar, a geologist; the deputy principal investigator for the Artemis 3 geology team; Andy Fuhrman, aerospace engineer, Air Force Major; Cameron Jones, aerospace engineer, Air Force Major; Yuri Kubo, geologist; Rebecca Lawler, geologist; Anna Menon, engineer, SpaceX; Imelda Muller, physicist; Aaron Overcash, mechanical engineer; and Catherine Spies, engineer. I guess that class of 10 will be candidates for the, Artemis 2 and future missions, if they actually come to fruition, which, I don't know, there's some question marks that still remain there. What's happening, Philip?
Not much, buddy. There's one thing that surprises me with that list that you just read off. You don't hear too much medical background on those any of those folks. You just hear about engineering and geologists.
Yeah.
Seems like to me if I was going to go to the moon, I would want somebody to be a medical part too, because, you know, we never know what's going to happen up there, and you might have somebody get hurt, or you might have some issues up there with somebody being sick or whatnot. That's kind of weird, but it is what it is. Artemis, I don't know. I don't think the big orange rocket's going to get going that much. I think this commercialization thing with Elon and all these guys coming on board, Bezos and all of them, I think you're going to see more of that happen eventually and kind of push Artemis to the side, so to speak. And as I said before, that technology is kind of the old so to speak, with the shuttle. That's the same thing as the shuttle program. The only thing is, instead of the shuttle being on top of it, it's the rocket now. So, it's one of those things. I don't know. It's pretty dangerous, that vehicle is, and it can be pretty devastating if something happens with it. So, but that's my feelings on that. Starship tested their Starship yesterday, and they lit off them engines. It's doing good. They tested it out on the launch pad, and they got another. I believe it was a Starlink mission out of California yesterday that launched out. Somebody was mentioning earlier about Build-A-Bear. All right, so I did a little reading on it after I heard that person mention about it. I think he's a Mike check guy.
That's correct.
Build-A-Bear is up 12% in their earnings, and it's kind of like, remember years ago, Steve, with GameStop did what they did.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing, and it's a nostalgia thing. All these people years ago when they were kids, their moms and dad bought them a Build-A-Bear.
Yep.
And now their kids are buying them, and it's escalated into this big thing that, a company's doing $1 billion worth of deal now, and it outran Bitcoin, which they compared it to, if you bought the same amount of stock, you bought $1,000 worth of stock, Build-A-Bear would be about $2,400 would be what the value is, so you'd make $1,400 on it, whereas Bitcoin would only be $1,800, so you'd only make $800 on your return investment. So, I mean, kudos to them. Hey, man, keep tying them little bears together and stuffing them, man, because you're making the money, I'm not sure where they get all their product at. You were commenting about the shrimp. Now, when you go buy shrimp at Walmart, you buy a blue bag, that's your raw shrimp. You buy your red bag, that's your cooked shrimp.
Okay.
And that company does a lot of business with Walmart and all of them. I've seen that name on many of packages at Walmart that you were referring there that does that deal with Kroger. And from what I understand with the Walmart deal, that was containers. They were shipping the shrimp in. They were cross-contaminating.
Yep.
They were using containers that were used in radioactive transport instead of, getting different containers, which I kind of find that hard to believe because it seems like to me, Steve, isn't that a refrigerated container? I mean, if we're hauling 137, I know we could haul it in a refrigerated container, but, that seems like to me that's more of a dry type van trailer, but you never know what they're doing with them, on the return trip. You want to keep something going and moving. You put product in it, you know what I mean? That's the way it works. But sounds like
kind of the same in the trucking industry when you're hauling certain products in these, like chemical containers. You got to be really careful about hauling milk after hauling something else. Hold the thought there. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says if the government shuts down, he's going to blame the Republican lawmakers.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after the Senate voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. The House had approved the measure earlier in the day. The government now faces a shutdown on October 1st. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
Jimmy Kimmel is set to return to his late-night talk show tomorrow after he was suspended indefinitely last week by ABC. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now we left off here talking Build-A-Bear. They've seen a stock surge dramatically in recent months. Second quarter for fiscal year 25 reported record revenues. $124.2 million. That's like an 11.1% increase year over year. Obviously surpassing analyst expectations, prompting an upward revision in full-year guidance. Yeah, that performance propelled the stock up over 14% in a single trading session. Several factors fueled the momentum, they say. A surge in direct-to-consumer sales, fruitful commercial partnerships. The company's gross profit hit $71.51 million, bolstered by reduced discounting and smarter inventory management, which expanded margins significantly. Plans to open at least 60 new stores and expectations of mid to high single-digit revenue growth for the full year. All right, they are positioning themselves as a resilient player in what is known as the specialty retail sector, even as competitors grapple with inflationary pressure, shifting consumer spending. I think back, and as Phil have mentioned, it's the nostalgia thing. Yeah, they're very, very popular with what is the Gen Z. Gen Z parents and millennials who, as kids, have the memories of getting their own Build-A-Bear, and now it's come full circle. But I think back, man, when I'm scrolling through like Facebook, and sometimes I'll come across some of these nostalgic toys that I say, man, I had that when I was a kid. I wish I'd love to have. Remember the SSP toys, the cars? I see these things and I'm like, why don't they make those anymore? I mean, it seems to me like the younger kids would love them.
Steve, I wish I'd kept the stupid thing when I was a kid. And I know it sounds trivial when we were little kids. Mom and Dad would buy us all kinds of stuff. And I'm sure you've had a Tonka truck back in the day, Steve, when you were a little boy.
Yes.
Tonka made bulldozers, and they also made Winnebago campers. Now, they had a Winnebago camper. You could lift the top on it. And you could look down inside the camper. You could see the seating. You could see all, the different parts of the camper, and it was made by Tonka. I wish I'd kept that stupid thing, whereas me and my buddies, we destroyed the thing out probably on a sand hill somewhere down in Sebastian, Florida. Same way with like the bulldozers. They made a really good copy of a Caterpillar bulldozer, and I think about it now, I wish I'd kept some of that stuff, The one thing I do have at the house that my dad collected, and I don't think too many people remember. Well, maybe people remember this or not. Remember Avon, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
The Avon lady. Okay, well, you remember the Avon bottles? They would, have a car bottle that would have the cologne in it or, different things. I've got a bunch of those at the house that my dad collected for many years. And they've got a little Winnebago. It's another one, Winnebago camper. They got Model A cars, Model T cars. I think 57 might even like this. I think they had a 57 Chevy. And they had these bottles. They were a decorative bottle that when you bought their cologne or whatever, their perfumes, they had the different things in them. And, just nostalgia stuff like that is huge. It's huge. I mean, how many people out there have got their original Stretch Armstrong?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I'd kept mine. My sister tore it apart, tore him up into pieces. Same way with G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
Think about G.I. Joes, the big G.I. Joes, not the little bitty ones, the big, huge guys, that we used to throw off the top of the house parachuting and destroyed them. It's that nostalgia thing. Same thing with Barbie. Barbie's another one. But a lot of that stuff we didn't think about that when we were kids. Nowadays it's worth thousands of dollars, believe it or not. And it amazes me. It really does. But Vic he was talking a lot about the soy oil and stuff. Steve, I wasn't a very big fan of that soy diesel, the biodiesel stuff. I mean, I don't know if you remember or not, that caused a lot of problems with trucks. A lot of filtration problems.
Gelling.
And
yes.
Back in the day, I wasn't a big Yeah, and the medium material or in the filters could not handle filtering out a lot of the stuff that's in there, because you can filter something as fine as you want to. You're still going to have some sediment come through it, and it just I wasn't a big fan of biodiesel back in the day. Do I still think that we need to do it? Well, I don't know. I think now we're going to emphasize more on synthetic fuel. I mean, that's one thing that I've said over the years. Everybody's been focused on this electric stuff. But you know what? We could keep what we got going even without oil if we would get into the synthetic fuel technology more. And I think Chris would be the guy that would develop that kind of stuff. People like Chris.
Mm-hmm.
That's the engineering stuff that we need to be developing. So, but that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thank y'all, and y'all have a safe day.
All right. Thanks for checking in there, Philip. Have a great Tuesday. All right. According to the report via landline, I believe it was this past day, owner-operators want Sean McMaster to do his part to keep truck parking at the top of the administration's transportation agenda now that McMaster has been confirmed to lead the Federal Highway Administration. Given his wealth of experience with the DOT, we believe he's a proven leader, well-suited to oversee the highway system, according to Todd Spencer with OOIDA. After the confirmation last Thursday, we look forward to working with McMaster and Secretary Duffy to increase truck parking capacity and reduce congestion to improve safety and supply chain efficiency. He served as Deputy Chief of Staff at the DOT during the first Trump administration. He said after being confirmed, he looks forward to partnering with state and local leaders to accelerate project delivery and get shovels in the ground. In a letter to the Senate, in support of McMaster's nomination back in May, OOIDA noted that the DOT had identified the shortage of truck parking across the country as a critical safety issue. Meanwhile, the Senate also voted Thursday to confirm Jonathan Morrison as administrator of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, who says, I look forward to enhancing safety on the roadways, supporting law enforcement, making vehicles more affordable again, and unleashing American innovation. While trucking companies, particularly large carriers, are optimistic about Morrison's commitment to regulatory policy aimed at advancing autonomous technology, some of the safety advocates are concerned about the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's priority for other issues, particularly crashes involving trucks and passenger cars. There is a long-standing contentious rulemaking to require trucks to come equipped with the side guard equipment to avoid death and injury in underride crashes. That was recently delayed until next year, but some of the updates, confirmations, now we just continue to await the confirmation of the FMCSA administrator, correct? Eagle joins us here on a Tuesday. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road. Out here on the road. I'll probably be headed home this week. To catch up on the football action, catch up on some games this weekend. The big game on Saturday with Alabama and Georgia started at 6:30 and 7 nighttime game. So hopefully I'll be home by then on Saturday so I can watch that ball game. See who comes out on top on that one. They got a couple of good games coming on this weekend. So we'll see what happens. I don't know Ohio State. I think they still rank number one. I don't know who they play this week, but I think another big game is Oregon and Penn State. So we got some good games going on this weekend in college football. So I'll be watching that. And then the NFL was a good game tonight. A real good game tonight with Baltimore and Baltimore, and I forgot who they played, but it was a football game. Let's see, Detroit Lions. Yeah, it was a good ball game. A lot of points scored. So yeah, Monday Night Football was pretty good for a change. Watched that ball game. So yeah, we got some good football coming up for this weekend. And for the night. But yeah, before I get started on this politics situation, I want to go over what I said last night about Denny Hamlin and the NASCAR situation. Denny Hamlin came out today with his comments about the incident with his teammate Ty Gibbs, and I'm gonna speak about that on what a good teammate is when it comes to racing, auto racing, whether it be Formula One, NASCAR, or any form of racing. When it comes to, like Denny Hamlin said, and just like I said last night, Steve, if you're in a regular race, and you're racing somebody and your teammate, if you're running for a victory, you can basically do what you want to do. In the last 10 to 20 laps in a race, if Denny Hamlin would happen to be coming up on Ty Gibbs, then hey, whatever. If I was the owner of the team, whatever you got to do, you don't want to wreck your teammate, but you want to put on a good show, and you don't want to just ride around. So when it comes to what happened yesterday with Ty Gibbs, like I said, Ty Gibbs was not a good teammate, just like Denny Hamlin said in his interview today. When it comes to racing, and if he goes on to lose the championship because of what happened yesterday, Ty Gibbs, he's going to look like a real idiot, because his name is on, just like Denny Hamlin said, his name is on that building. His grandfather owns Gibbs, Joe Gibbs Racing, former NFL football coach and legend. Joe Gibbs is his grandfather. And as far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't be in the car to begin with, because he hasn't proved nothing. He's been in the car for 3 years and still hasn't won a race, and it doesn't look like he's going to win one. And if he was on any other team, just about, he'd probably be out of a job. But anyway, when it comes to being a good teammate, when you see a guy that's racing for the championship, they're in the playoffs, you see a guy like Hamlin said, you see your teammate coming up on your mirror, you don't race that guy as hard as you can. You don't try to block him. You don't try to impede his progress. And Denny Hamlin did what he was supposed to do. He put him in the wall. And if he comes in that situation, he said he'd do it again, because Denny Hamlin has paid his dues. He's been in NASCAR a long time, and he has yet to win a championship. This is one of his best opportunities he's had to win a championship, and he needs to do whatever he has to do to win. And his teammates should be ashamed. He should be apologizing to Denny Hamlin for what he did yesterday, for impeding his progress. That's not what a good teammate does. A good teammate would have got the hell out of the way and let Denny Hamlin go on, on down the track and try to pick up as many places as he could so he could move on in the playoff championship. So Ty Gibbs is not a good teammate, and hopefully in the future he'll learn how to be one. Because Denny Hamlin is a better driver than him, better than he ever thought about being. So, like I said, people that don't, like I told you last night, Steve, people don't like Denny Hamlin because he's outspoken. He speaks his mind. He took over where Kyle Busch left off, and Dale Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace and Dale Ross, some of the more outspoken racers, he took over where they left off. And that's why people don't like it, because he's outspoken. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, if you don't like Denny Hamlin, turn your TV off and tune into another sport. Denny Hamlin won't miss you, and I won't miss you either, because Denny Hamlin's gonna keep on making money whether you watch NASCAR or not. Now let me move on to the next situation, and that concerns this woman down in Texas who's a complete embarrassment. I've talked to you about her in the past, and that's this Crockett woman who continues to flap her mouth about things that she doesn't need to be doing. Because see, that's what she thinks. She thinks that she's gonna be the top runner for besides Gavin Trash out of California for the Democratic nominee. And I understand Kamala Harris has climbed out of the gutter that she's been in for the last couple. She just did an interview yesterday with Rachel Maddow, which I didn't even waste my time listening to. But she's under the opinion that she got screwed by Joe Biden for the election, that she probably could have won if Joe Biden wouldn't have screwed her. That's what Kamala's basically saying. But it's getting back to this Crockett woman. This woman here, she is just a loudmouth. She's very young, just like AOC. Both of them are outcast. How they got elected into Congress, it amazes me that people of New York and the people of Texas, both of them ought to be ashamed of themselves for electing these two people to represent them as Democrats. And both of them, if this is what the Democrats have to represent them, Steve, for president in 2028, they're not going to go nowhere near the White House if either one of these losers decide to put their name in the hat. And, and that goes back to the other one, that's talking a lot of trash, and that's the one up from Minnesota, Omar, this Omar woman. Very disrespectful woman, just like Donald Trump said the other day. This woman here comes from nothing, comes from Somalia, and yet it comes from a country that's basically garbage, and she comes to the U.S. and wants to badmouth the U.S. and badmouth this country. If you're not happy here, go back to where you come from. Go represent Somalia, wherever the hell you come from, because people are tired of her and her loud mouth. Like I say, in Minnesota, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. It's hard to believe that they would even put an individual like her into Congress. And hopefully, when she comes up for re-election, they'll vote her the hell out, and then she'll be give her a one-way flight back to Somalia, so we don't have to see her face no more. Because I'm fed up with all three of those women I just listed. Her, AOC, and Crockett, all of them are just a bunch of loud mouths that think they have the answer for everything, and all of them should be voted out of office as soon as they can get them out. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, you have to keep a close eye on the electorate there in Ilhan Omar's district. It's pretty self-explanatory, why she continues to get elected, but we'll just leave it at that.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I mentioned a few minutes ago that President Trump is indeed going to meet with top Democrats in Congress, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. They're telling us on Thursday. Talking about the government funding as we again face the looming deadline of September 30 for a potential government shutdown. Schumer and Jeffries on Saturday demanding a meeting with Trump to avoid a government shutdown when the funding ends. In a letter to the president Saturday, stating that Republican leaders in Congress had repeatedly, publicly refused to engage in negotiations to keep the government open. They say at the direction of the president. Health care at the center of the fight over funding. Democrats wanting more money for subsidies under the Affordable Care Act and the restoration of the funding that was cut from the Medicaid program for lower-income Americans. Of course, the Senate Friday rejected a short-term funding bill, then left town for the week-long break, which obviously increases the odds of a shutdown. The Friday effort fell short of the 60 votes needed to break a filibuster in the Senate. This has become all too common. Every time we turn around, Congress has struggled to pass spending legislation in recent years. Partisan tensions over and over again, raising the threat of a shutdown that they say would leave government workers unpaid and a wide range of services disrupted. Now, they throw those sort of headlines out there. Democrats, you're going to see all these government workers going without a paycheck. Well, they'll go without a paycheck only for as long as the shutdown continues. Then they will receive all of their pay from when the shutdown began. They get their money. It may be a pause in when the deposit comes in. It's almost like more of an extended vacation for those government workers if the government were to shut down for a week or two. But they'll get their money. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Final preparations are underway as world leaders gather in Manhattan this week for the United Nations General Assembly.
For this 80th session of the General Assembly, more than 150 heads of state and their entourages will arrive at UN headquarters in New York. President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks on Tuesday. He's also expected to meet on the sidelines with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to continue discussing ways to end the war with Russia. I'm Rory O'Neill.
President Trump is urging U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political rivals.
Trump went on Truth Social Saturday and complained that nothing is being done about his political foes and called for charges to be brought against Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump wrote, quote, "We can't delay any longer," and said the lack of charges was killing our reputation and credibility. In all caps, he added, "Justice must be served now." I'm Rob Martier.
California Governor Gavin Newsom signed the No Secret Police Act in order to protect the illegal aliens, and he says to hold the Trump administration accountable.
You're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement. Provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
Newsom says one of the bills targets the identities of immigration customs and enforcement agents in California.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Governor Newsom signed several bills into law known as the No Secret Police Act. One of the new laws is expected to enhance protections on school campuses. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
The newest TikTok trend is preparing for the end times.
A South African pastor recently said it should arrive either this Tuesday or Wednesday, noting he had a vision that the rapture was coming. That's the belief that some Christians will leave this world behind. While earlier predictions of the rapture or the end of the world haven't panned out, some are online giving advice, some serious, a lot not, in what's being called rapture talk. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Pfizer is looking to purchase the weight loss drug maker Metsera.
The pharmaceutical company said it would acquire Metsera in an up to $7.3 billion deal, including future payments, as it moves to capture a share of the booming obesity drug market. The move follows a string of setbacks for Pfizer, including a decision to scrap its own lead obesity pill in April due to safety concerns. Pfizer and Metsera's deal is expected to close at the end of the year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A massive crowd packed State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona yesterday to pay their respects to the late conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
The 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder was assassinated earlier this month while speaking on a college campus in Utah. A laundry list of representatives from the Trump administration spoke at yesterday's event, from Secretary of State Marco Rubio to DNI Tulsi Gabbard, Vice President Vance, and President Trump himself. Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, delivered a powerful message in front of all of those gathered to mourn her husband when she said she forgives the man accused of shooting him. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Corsa, Kellogg, and Simon apply the exclamation points to championship statements. 5 others are pull-off winners for the first time. This as the Enderley stood as one final challenge in this compelling Grand National season. From National Tractor Puller Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 38th Enderley Pull-Off sent 13 Case IH Grand National divisions into their offseason on Saturday, September 13th. In light superstock, all-time Enderley tractor class wins leader Terry Blackburn can chalk up another big win. Pulling mid-class, Blackburn's Considered Armed and Dangerous outdistanced Rex Kuhn by 1 wheel turn. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, customer Kyle Holland defeated engineer Kent Payne by 1.5 feet in a battle of Rooster Motorsports entries. Holland and his Black Tornado Revived completed a stellar rookie campaign with their first taste of Enderley glory. In Superstock Open, assured of his diesel title at the start of the evening, Ross saved his triple bypass for a surge that cut Terry Blackburn's championship margin to a single point. Ross smoked Blackburn teammate Cody Cheesick by 10 feet in a 1-on-4 duel of the fuels. In High Torque Super Farm, the third visit to Urbana was the charm for Dan Schulte and his Binder Express. Schulte solidified his second-place points finish with a big win, as champion Gary Chavink was the class's runner-up. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the late-season surge of the Mack Trailer team carried into Champaign County. James Ray won for the second time in 2 weeks aboard Mac Nasty after posting 3 victories with Team Tractor Mac Daddy over that span. In two-wheel drive, Jason Sullivan's Corn Burner was the best on a track that had gotten rough as a cob by night's end. Held to barely 300 feet, Sullivan's first hook survived 4 challenges that were largely scuttled by a surface that pulled them hard toward the left sideline. In four-wheel drive, one of the few races that could have changed their leaderboards ended when Tommy Corsa took the lead for good aboard his American Made. Needing to hold off Daughter Taylor and past champ Rob Foster, Corsa made one of his best passes of the season out to 348 feet. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Shane Kellogg topped 2024 Enderley winner Jeremy Yeager in a Buckeye State head-to-head battle. Kellogg's Trump won its division by the largest margin of anyone this year, 29 points. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, Chris Schroeder was robbed of the chance to erase a 3.5-point deficit to leader Pat Island when only 4 trucks showed. But his Crazy KW was the top performer just the same for their first pull-off W and a 4th win overall in this breakout campaign. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, Adam Kester got the high finish he needed to clinch his 3rd championship, but the night belonged to Lindsey Campbell, whose military plane-themed short fuse was bombs away on the field of 5, distancing Kester by over 15 feet. In GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified, Chase Richardson is building momentum for his sophomore season in the division. His tag team won for a second time on a bright stage, the previous one being Thursday night in Bowling Green. In Modified, Brandon Simon Says was no worse for wear after driveline damage ended his night in Sandwich early 1 week ago. Simon routed his closest rival, Bill Leichner's Dirt Slinger, by over 25 feet to expand his incoming lead to 5 points. And in Unlimited, Adam Bauer's cross-threaded thundered to a 9-inch victory over Jay Richardson in a class where the top 4 competitors exceeded 350 feet. Since this will be our final report for the 2025 season, let's make note of 2 remaining events on the Steiner Tractor Parts Regional National Calendar. Monday, October 6th, will bring Region 2 action to the Fairfield County Fair in Lancaster, Ohio. And Friday through Sunday, October 17th through the 19th, it's the NC State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh, North Carolina to wrap up Region 4 in 4 sessions. Check out ntpapull.com and the NTPA mobile app to learn more. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Yeah, you heard that right. The final report of the 2025 NTPA pull-in season. Indeed, pull-in season winding down. The county fairs, state fairs, everything, it's fall. Yes, officially the first full day of fall underway as we speak this Tuesday morning. See what Grump has going on. What's up, Grump?
Oh, not much. I was listening there about that healthcare debate I guess they're having right now. You know, we talked about it last night some, but I don't understand why in the hell they don't take the money instead of giving it to the insurance companies themselves. I don't see why that they don't set up something. The government doesn't, so that, you know, could set something up so that you could get a better rebate, or not necessarily a rebate, but a tax credit on your, you know, or even be able to claim your, you know, just the average citizen be able to claim their medical and everything without having to itemize their deductions. They could, you know, claim that, you know, instead of a business expense or anything like that, just go ahead and claim your medical and everything that you use throughout the year as a, you know, a necessity expense, and be able to put it on on an easy form or anything. It just seems to me like that would be the way to go, and I don't know why in the hell well, I know why Democrats don't want to do it, because they'd be losing money on taxes. You know, that'd be money that they couldn't, you know, blow on taxes, you know, your tax dollars they couldn't blow. But Republicans, I don't know, half of them believe that medical, you know, like I said, they about every damn one of them, Steve's invested in medical because it's such a lucrative way to make money. You know, anytime that you have the government that's involved in something like that and subsidizing things to the hilt, yeah, the best thing to do is, you know, get your 401k right and jump right in the middle of it, because you're going to make money off of it. And, you know, look how high the stocks and everything went right after they signed the Affordable Care Act, you know, Obamacare. That, you know, went through the roof. And it wouldn't have went through the roof if they knew that they, number one, they mandated everyone to get insurance, but they also went with all the subsidies that you know, government or the insurance companies were, you know, each one of them was going to get billions of dollars. Well, hell yeah. You know, the stocks are going to go up because that's just that much money that, you know, less money they're going to pay out. So it's crazy. I get sick of it. It's the same damn way. Car insurance is about the same damn way. Mm-hmm. You know, I had a drunk hit my car and or hit my pickup truck, rear-ended me, and you know, they tried every way in the world to keep from paying that. You know, just wanted to go with used parts and this and that instead of, you know, putting newer parts on my truck to get it fixed. Well, you know, we fought over that and I won, you know, because you know, they do have an obligation under you know, the insurance laws and regulations to provide you the service that you're paying for. But it doesn't work like that with medical. It's you know, we were looking at you know, the medicines and things that my wife is, you know, has to have, you know, for her breathing and her heart regulation and or regulating and all of this. It's absolutely crazy the amount of money that we spend on just on medicines for her. And, you know, like I said, we gotta, you know, we're gonna pay out of pocket $10,000, you know, on everything before insurance starts picking up anything. And when you add that to the premium, mm-hmm. Well, hell, there's $30,000 right there that, you know, is coming out of my pocket. But anyway, you know, let's talk about this, I don't know this guy that, haven't looked at him too hard on this guy's taking over the FMCSA. I haven't really paid that much attention to him. Most of the people that take over from the FMCSA is real close with the ATA and people like that. They've worked with them before, and pretty closely. So it seems like they always kind of favor those regulations that favor the larger companies and things. So I'm just kind of curious what's going to happen with him. I need to do a little studying up on this guy and what he thinks. But parking and stuff, it's a hell of a problem out here. But one of the other problems is, and I wish they would address that more, is the taxes and things that are people are avoiding with these lumper fees and things like that. I had one trailer load. Like I said, I went to North Carolina to have unload. I had 2 different stops on there, and it cost me over $1,000 to get that damn thing unloaded. And you don't know who the hell's handling this food or anything else. Whoever shows up for work, I guess they're working under 1099s. And I know in the larger cities and things like that, it used to be a hot place for illegals to go unload trailers. I used to go to Hunts Point a lot, out there in the Bronx, and we'd go there or South Manhattan. I'd go down to Maggio Meats, some place like that down in South Manhattan, down by Greenwich Village, and you knew damn well they were illegal. They didn't speak any English of any kind, and when you'd fill out the lumper fee to get reimbursed for it and things like that, they'd have something like Joe Montana or somebody's name, Brett Favre or somebody like that would be signing the damn bill. And I called the company once on that, and I said, hey, what the hell here? Am I going to get slapped with this? These fees? No, we don't care who it is. Just let them do whatever, and as long as they unload the trailer, we'll still get the deduction for it, and you'll still get reimbursed for it. So, that's a $1 billion industry. You think about the amount of money that is out here on the highways today. I mean, if you was to go past a mile marker sign, indicator here, like, I'm at the 184 here in Missouri. I just went by, and I start counting the trucks that are going the opposite way, up until I get the next one. You're averaging about 11 trucks per mile. I've done that before where it's, right at about 11 trucks, anywhere from 9 to 11 trucks, with stuff in that trailer. Man, when and this is a major artery, yes, but that's nearly every damn highway in the United States. Interstate highway in the United States is like that. I mean, that's just a running average. Think about all the money that's in the back of them trailers and the cost that it's going to take to get all that unloaded. And that place I went to tonight, this is my 10th trip in there. I've been running in now there all week. I'm home during the day. But, sometimes there's 70 trucks waiting in line to go in there, and it's just chaotic as hell once you get in there. And they can put you in a door, and you can sit there in that damn door half the night waiting to get your load unloaded, or they'll get it unloaded, and then you're waiting the rest of the night for your paperwork to get, the product counted. And we've talked about just-in-time freight so long, so many times, and I see a lot of this happening. They're taking stuff off of my trailer, separating it, and putting it on trailers that are going out to stores, so that they don't have to warehouse it. And, this is costing me money, and there ain't a hell of a lot you can do about it. You can charge them, detention time sitting there at that dock, whether they pay it or not, it's up to them. There's nothing mandating that, They don't care if you come back in here or not. It's just one of these places, and it's like so many of these big food warehouses and things. They don't give a rat's ass. They're like, oh, that load's going to come here. The rate on it's good enough. Somebody's going to pick it up and bring it here. So just sit in the dock door and shut up. We don't want to hear anything from you. This kind of thing. And when you're, hell, like, last night and tonight both. By the time I checked in at the guard shack, I already got my lumper fee before I even hit the damn door. They're already sending me a bill over the internet for that. But they've got you 40 ways from Sunday on this stuff. You know, used to you could go in and give them cash. Now you can't. They don't accept any kind of cash whatsoever. But I notice on here that they have a lumper fee, you know, to pay it. And you either pay it by credit card, by fuel card, you know, ComCheck, something like that. But every damn one of them has got a fee attached to it. Like this one back here, you know, where I unloaded, it's a $10 fee for using a card, you know. So what if I use a check? We don't accept checks. It's either a credit card or a ComData card or something, the fuel card. We don't accept anything else. And we automatically put a $10 fee on that. Well, hell, you know, COVID, I think, brought on a lot of that. You know, when people just stopped using dollars because they didn't want to touch the money that somebody else might have infected or something like that. And you know, it's getting crazy. I mean, hell, just figure up all the fees. I mean, damn, last year I think just on the fees alone, you know, I had about $1,200-$1,300 in you know, in deductions just on fees. And they look at it, well, it's tax deduction. I don't care what the hell it is. It's an added expense that, you know, you're telling me one thing, and then, you know, here a week later on my fuel card or something, another damn fee shows up, you know, showing $10 to, you know. So it's asinine, man. I mean, it's just, you know, everything about this industry is getting out of hand. It's from the most minor things, you know, picking up freight, getting it delivered out here on the highway. Everything's just crazy. I mean, it just seems like you know, it as the demand gets greater, so does the this nutty psychosis crap that's wrapped around it. And you know, I'm don't know. I'm gonna probably retire next year, man. I ain't kidding you. I was gonna do it this year. January I shut it down and sold my truck, and that lasted about a month. I went and bought another truck, and I said, yeah, I ain't ready to retire. I'd go crazy, you know, just trying to work on guitars and stuff, and you know, so I, you know, come back out here on the road. I'm not taking any of my retirement yet, except some of my military retirement, but you know, I don't know, man. There's so many areas in this industry that we need to better, and it seems to me like, Steve, that nobody sticks around long enough to do that. You know, big companies don't give a rat's ass. They could care less about, you know, that driver in that seat. You know, they know that they're gonna, you know, rotate in and out, and hell, 5 years right now is about, you know, you're an old driver out here if you're here 5 years now. You know, average, I think, dropped down to about what is it, 3.2 years or something like that right now. That you know, they stick around, and then that's the tenure, and then, you know, it's, let me go back to being a whopper flopper or something. And there's just, I don't know if there's any hope left out here or not. You know, and we look at all the automation, you know, the autonomous trucks and things that is running now. They said from Houston to San Antonio and from Dallas to, you know, other areas and you know, things like that. I don't think that's ever going to amount to anything. You know, they've proven that, you know, in some of these areas it'll always be in warmer parts of the country, because the minute snow starts flying, they can't see the dotted lines on the highway. You know, I was seen them just flat stop before, you know, out in Utah when they were doing some testing out there on these things, and they just stop. You know, hell, the driver had to jump behind the steering wheel and take off in them. And yeah, it's going to be a crazy next few years, man. I'm just kind of curious how things is going to pan out, and hopefully, you know, with Sean Duffy and as a DOT, he can get some kind of relief on some of these regulations and some of the expenses and things that we're seeing right now. But I don't know. I think, you know, like I said, it's this fees that we're having to pay right now, convenience fees on these on credit cards and on fuel cards and things like that. I think that should be, you know, they should eat that. I mean, literally, I mean, they're making that choice that they don't want cash anymore, you know, to pay lumper fees and things like that. I want to see DOT and people in these damn facilities and checking everybody that's unloading a trailer, saying, are you legal or not? If you're not legal, get the hell out of here. It should be on that company to unload that trailer. They seem to think that the trucking companies should be responsible for loading and unloading their trailer. And I don't see it like that, man. I think, we're sitting up here in the cab of this truck, trying to get from point A to point B. If people want their product, you let the shipper load it, let the receiver unload it. That way they're inspecting it. And they're hiring the people that they know is legal to do that. It's hard to say how many cases of meat that I've had to write off over the years, for some of these guys that work on a dock that'll walk up and kick a hole in a box and say, oh, that's a rejection. Do you want it or not? Do you want it or not? And then you call OS&D and say, look, we got a damaged case. Just give it to them. Okay. Hell, they throw it out in their car. I don't do that anymore. If I'm going home, I've had whole pallets of steaks and things like that that's been rejected. I take them home and put them in the freezer, or something, give them away, give a lot of meat away. But I'll be damned if I'm going to leave it set on the dock for them heathens to, that tore it up to begin with to step up there and take it.
And a lot of times, they'll do some of that on purpose so they can get some free steak. I know that happens. All right. Thanks, Grump. Have a great morning. Moving on, we were kind of teased on Sunday that there would be some sort of an official announcement on Monday in regards to autism. Speculation had been that it may have something to do with acetaminophen being taken by pregnant women, and indeed that is the case. President Trump announcing that the use of Tylenol or acetaminophen can increase the risk of autism when used by pregnant women. RFK Jr. said Tylenol is tied not only to autism, but ADHD and liver toxicity in children. Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. There's a potential association between acetaminophen during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis of ADHD and autism. And the president also pleaded with mothers not to pump their babies with too many vaccines all at one time. It's so important to see a doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with this pile of stuff, the largest pile you've ever seen in your life, going into the delicate little body of a baby. Even if it's 2 years or 3 years, 4 years, break it up into 5 visits or say 4 visits rather than 1, which that would make sense. And he did say the government's already in the process of eliminating mercury and aluminum. The White House Autism Action Plan laid out as number 1, informing doctors and families. Number 2, making a therapeutic available. And number 3, increasing research investment. So with the new Health and Human Services announcement, now they didn't actually present a proof of causation, but it is indeed prompting doctors and researchers to re-examine that possible link during pregnancy and autism. According to the CDC director, the former director, Dr. Robert Redfield. Tell you more of what he had to say. And more of your calls just ahead. Coming up, Dusty, got you coming up right after this. Eagle back on board once again. TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit TEL360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says if the government shuts down, he's going to blame the Republican lawmakers.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after the Senate voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. The House had approved the measure earlier in the day. The government now faces a shutdown on October 1st. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
Jimmy Kimmel is set to return to his late-night talk show tomorrow after he was suspended indefinitely last week by ABC from America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, back at it here. Rolling into the early hours of a Tuesday. Yes, first full day of fall. Fall is here. The days, of course, daylight continues to get shorter with each passing day. Now until we get to the winter solstice. All right, promise we get to Dusty coming up here. What's going on, Dusty?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Long time.
How we been?
Oh, it's a brisk 58 degrees up here at Springfield, Mass. this morning. Feeling fall.
Mm-hmm.
I got to respond to Eagle on the Denny Hamlin issue with the race yesterday. I was actually there. As a matter of fact, the wreck happened right in front of me. I'm a former racer from way back.
Okay.
Short track racing. You strap into that car, you're there for one reason: to race, to win. I don't care if you're in contention for a championship or not. You owe it to your team to go out there and race. Regardless of what Eagle might think, that's the problem with these multi-car teams. It's twofold. You got teammates getting pissed off at their. Mm-hmm. You got teammates getting angry with their other teammates for getting in their way, or you got teammates that are blocking other cars to help the teammate win.
Right.
No, they're individuals. Every one of them's out there to do one thing: win the damn race. So, Denny Hamlin's full of hot air. If that was Kyle Larson in front of him, and instead of his teammate,
mm-hmm.
Would he have wrecked him? No, he wouldn't. You know why? Because he'd have to fear retaliation. So you wreck your own teammate. You know Joe Gibbs is going to come down and say, "Hey guys, knock it off! Don't wreck my stuff."
Mm-hmm.
So the whole idea of team racing, multi-car teams, is kind of what's put a damper on NASCAR to begin with. Just for those reasons.
Well, how about what if we turned the tables? If Denny Hamlin was in front of Ty and Ty had a faster car, do you think would he move over? Would Denny move over to let him get around? Or
no, absolutely not. Nor should he.
Okay.
No, there's 38 cars on that track all trying to do the same thing: win. That's what's hurt NASCAR. It's all this team stuff.
Yeah.
Because there's 38 individual teams on that track, not 4 or 6. Every one of those teams wants their driver to win. Every one of those crew chiefs is cheering his driver on to win.
Gotcha.
And otherwise, it's no more of a sport than WWE.
kind of set up, kind of rigged, yeah.
Exactly. If you're not going to let the guys go out there and race, you might as well tell the guys, the rest of the guys on the track that don't have a yellow stripe on the back of their car, that aren't in the playoffs, just stay home. who's going to pay to go see that?
So how was the attendance at the race? You were there on Sunday. Was it a pretty full house, or is attendance down?
Full house wasn't the word for it. Full house. It was a fantastic day. In fact, we arrived at the track at around 11 and didn't make it to our seats until after the command to start engines.
Wow.
The parking situation was horrendous, but that's beyond the. It took us 3 hours it took us from 11:15 to 2 o'clock, quarter after 1 to get parked.
Mm-hmm.
We were already inside the track grounds at 11:15.
Yeah.
No, it was packed. It was beyond packed. I would pretty much say it was a sellout, if not darn close to it.
How about that? Okay, very interesting. Well, I appreciate you chiming in. Everybody, get the different perspectives here.
Well, just one man's opinion.
That's what we're here for, right?
All right, Steve. Have a great day.
Thank you for chiming in there. It's been a while. I think it's maybe been a couple of years since Dusty's checked in. All right, quickly back to the former CDC director, Dr. Redfield, following the announcement about the acetaminophen thing. He said there was a study last year among twins that showed there probably was not an association. So a lot of people relied on that. But he pointed to a pivotal analysis published in late August here last month by Mount Sinai, Harvard University, and the University of California that had pooled multiple studies over time. In that analysis, they did show there was a likely association between Tylenol use in pregnancy and autism. Now, that paper came to light in late August. It's caused a lot of this to be re-looked at more critically. The new review is in contrast to prior finding, is maybe reshaping medical debate about what has long been considered the safest pain reliever for expectant mothers. Now, he stressed the research does not establish cause and effect, but he urged caution. This data should one have caution that there does not appear to be an association with its use in autism. It doesn't prove causation, but I think it does make one question whether it should be used in pregnancy. Other common painkillers like ibuprofen and Motrin are generally not recommended during pregnancy. Many women have relied on Tylenol. Redfield now advises minimizing all medications during fetal development whenever you can. I think it's best to try to keep medications out of individuals that are pregnant during the development of newborns, pretty much across the board. And obviously they same about alcohol, cigarettes, all those things. So that was the breakdown this past day. As part of an attempt to make sure that truck drivers are in the U.S. legally and following English proficiency regulations, Florida congressman has introduced a bill that would utilize weigh stations for CDL enforcement. I think we touched on this last week, but kind of an update here. Representative Byron Donalds of Florida introducing the Weigh Act, H.R. 5177, that would direct the Department of Transportation to ensure that states enforce English proficiency requirements and review commercial driver's licenses for any irregularities during checks at weigh stations. The failure of some states to enforce basic common sense requirements for truckers is putting every motorist at risk. At the state level, In Florida, Governor DeSantis and the Commissioner, Simpson, have taken action to protect Floridians, but we need to expand this effort nationwide. Under My Way Act, all way stations along interstate highways will be required to enforce President Trump's executive order to review commercial driver's licenses for any irregularities and verify the English language proficiency. Safety has to be the standard, not the exception. And on Capitol Hill, I'm fighting to ensure the American people are put first in every step of the way. The elimination of these threats to the American people is not negotiable. According to Donald's news release, states that fail to comply with the enforcement requirements at way stations would risk the revocation of their CDL program and the loss of federal highway dollars. See where that goes. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Yeah, we go back at it. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We promised Eagle wanted to get back in. Welcome back, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, Steve, I'll make one quick note on this guy because he really ain't worth talking about before I get to what I want to say about Kamala and Joe Biden. I understand. I don't know if you went over this earlier tonight. I understand that Jimmy Kimmel is going to be back on the air tomorrow night. Some ABC stations are putting him on, some are not. I'm gonna say this: Jimmy Kimmel, if he has any class whatsoever, he won't mention the man's name that just got assassinated a week or two ago. If he has, because there's nothing funny about the situation that happened with him, as you know. So hopefully, if Jimmy Kimmel has any class whatsoever, he won't mention the man's name. He won't mention anything about that. He shouldn't be allowed to come back on the air to begin with. But like I said before, if he has any kind of class or decency about himself, he won't mention that man's name because it's not necessary. But I think that he's not above that. It wouldn't shock me if this jerk comes on TV and makes some bad comments. And if he does that, they should immediately take him off the air because it's obvious he didn't learn his lesson.
Yeah,
now, let me get on.
Real quick,
what'd you say?
Real quick, if he actually had any class, the first thing he should do is apologize for the remarks he made on his last program and just move forward. I mean, and you know what? That's what the Sinclair stations are asking for. They say they want him to apologize, and they actually wanted to make a donation to the Charlie Kirk Foundation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he should do, Steve. But I got a bad feeling this guy here, he's a low class, Logan, just like Trump said. He has low rate. Nobody watches that. I know I don't watch it. You can bet your last dollar I won't be watching this show tomorrow. I don't give a damn what he got to say. But if he has any kind of class about himself, he'll apologize for what he said and move on from the situation. But I don't think he's above that. So it wouldn't shock me if he says something controversial. And if he does that, hopefully they'll remove his bogus show off the TV immediately. Now, let me move on to this situation with another bogus individual, and that's Joe Biden. You notice, Steve, remember I told you a long time ago that Joe Biden, after the election was over, Joe Biden should never show his face in the United States of America again after what he did to this country. You notice you haven't seen Joe Biden. Joe Biden is nowhere to be found for the last 6 to 7, 8 months, and he ain't got nothing to say either because Joe Biden is a complete and utter embarrassment. As far as I'm concerned, Joe Biden wasn't even the president. I don't know what you want to call him, but he ruined this country. And it was done on purpose, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of other people concerned with letting these individuals in the country that didn't belong, and all the people that lost their lives, all the people young girls that died, all the people on the roads with these bogus truck drivers that he put behind the wheel of trucks that didn't need to be behind the wheel. All these things that this idiot did, and now you got Kamala Harris on TV talking about this nonsense about she didn't know about Joe Biden having mental issues, that he was aware. She knew exactly that Joe Biden wasn't 100% health, and yet she continued to come on TV and say the man was completely healthy and ready to do the job. She's a liar. She cost herself the White House. She never had it. She should have thought about that when she left the border wide open for 4 years. She had the nerve to say that she was the border czar, Yet millions of people, they don't even know how many damn people got in the country. Yet she has the nerve to say that Donald Trump is an outcast. He's a dictator. He's this. He's that. No, he's not that. Donald Trump is doing his job. What you should have done, Kamala, he shut the border down within less than a year. You had 4 years to do it and couldn't get it done. Now you're on TV crying like a baby because you're not in the White House. You're not in the, Kamala has nobody to blame but herself, Steve, for her not being in the White House. You can't leave the border wide open for 4 years, letting criminals, drug dealers, and anybody else that want to come in the U.S. come in. And now she on Rachel Maddow's show talking about she got the election, she got robbed, she got kicked in the rear. No, she screwed herself out of the election, and if she decides to run in 2028, I got bad news for Kamala. She's gonna have the same result. She's not gonna go in the White House because people remember what she did when she was in the Joe Biden administration. At least I do, and she'll be the last person. If she was the only person on the ballot in 2028, she still wouldn't receive my vote because I remember what she did for those 4 years, and I'll never forget what she did because we're still suffering the consequences of her and Joe Biden's stupidity. And I'm gonna say this one more time before I hang up with you, Steve. Joe Biden should never show his face in America again, and I thank you for taking my call.
All righty, there you go. I haven't seen much of Joe. I don't know. I saw a little post where he was supposedly speaking at a commencement ceremony, but I don't know if that was AI or not. So many things you come across nowadays, you don't know. Is it live or is it Memorex? Is it real? Is it artificial intelligence? We do know the Trump administration kind of flexed their new authority over U.S. Steel in recent days, blocking the company's plan to shut down production at an Illinois plant this fall. 2 weeks ago, U.S. Steel notified workers at Granite City, Illinois, that the plant operations were going to cease in November. The company owned by Tokyo-based Nippon Steel. They said they would continue paying the mill's nearly 800 employees even without them doing regular production work. Now, why would you do that? Now, this goes back to why the union leaders were against the Japanese company's purchase of U.S. Steel to begin with, warning that Nippon Steel could close plants and import foreign-made steel from their other plants. Nippon Steel said they were committed to improving U.S. Steel's plants, pledging to invest another $14 billion in new equipment and repairs. The United Steelworkers Union, that represents Granite City's hourly workers, had pushed back against U.S. Steel's plan to transfer work typically done at the mill to other company plants. They described the Muse as this was a violation of their pledge to maintain production at U.S. Steel plants. But I guess here's in the fine print. In the National Security Agreement, Nippon Steel committed to operate U.S. Steel's existing plants through the year 2035. And the Granite City plant into at least 2027. They have to operate the facilities at full capacity, according to a U.S. Steelworker regional director. That's exactly the thing we were afraid of with Nippon Steel. Now, in a recent interview with CNBC, Lutnick described U.S. Steel's plan to pay employees at a plant that's not operating as utter nonsense. Trump's interest in the Granite City mill stretches back to his first term, when he repeatedly cited the plant was an example of the domestic steel industry's recovery under his administration. After Trump imposed tariffs on foreign steel back in 2018, steel prices and sales soared. U.S. Steel recalled hundreds of laid-off workers to restart the plants. The two blast furnaces, which had been idle for more than 2 years because of low steel prices. The Granite City mill's been operated for more than a century, but U.S. Steel has been kind of whittling production here in recent years. They have capacity to produce about 3 million tons of sheet steel annually. But U.S. Steel ended steel production at Granite City late 2023. The company largely replaced that volume by doubling the capacity of its new Big River Steel plant in northeast Arkansas. Currently, the mill still makes steel slabs produced at other steel mills and then rolls them into sheet steel. 844-844-3388. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Final preparations are underway as world leaders gather in Manhattan this week for the United Nations General Assembly.
For this 80th session of the General Assembly, more than 150 heads of state and their entourages will arrive at UN headquarters in New York. President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks on Tuesday. He's also expected to meet on the sidelines with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to continue discussing ways to end the war with Russia. I'm Rory O'Neill.
President Trump is urging U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political rivals.
Trump went on Truth Social Saturday and complained that nothing is being done about his political foes and called for charges to be brought against Senator Adam Schiff, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump wrote, quote, "We can't delay any longer," and said the lack of charges was killing our reputation and credibility. In all caps, he added, "Justice must be served now." I'm Rob Martier.
California Governor Gavin Newsom signed the No Secret Police Act in order to protect the illegal aliens, and he says to hold the Trump administration accountable.
You're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement. Provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
Newsom says one of the bills targets the identities of immigration customs and enforcement agents in California.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Governor Newsom signed several bills into law known as the No Secret Police Act. One of the new laws is expected to enhance protections on school campuses. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
The newest TikTok trend is preparing for the end times.
A South African pastor recently said it should arrive either this Tuesday or Wednesday, noting he had a vision that the rapture was coming. That's the belief that some Christians will leave this world behind. While earlier predictions of the rapture or the end of the world haven't panned out, some are online giving advice, some serious, a lot not, in what's being called rapture talk. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Pfizer is looking to purchase the weight loss drug maker Metsera.
The pharmaceutical company said it would acquire Metsera
Metsera in an up to $7.3 billion deal, including future payments, as it moves to capture a share of the booming obesity drug market. The move follows a string of setbacks for Pfizer, including a decision to scrap its own lead obesity pill in April due to safety concerns. Pfizer and Metsera's deal is expected to close at the end of the year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A massive crowd packed State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona yesterday to pay their respects to the late conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
The 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder was assassinated earlier this month while speaking on a college campus in Utah. A laundry list of representatives from the Trump administration spoke at yesterday's event, from Secretary of State Marco Rubio to DNI Tulsi Gabbard, Vice President Vance, and President Trump himself. Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, delivered a powerful message in front of all of those gathered to mourn her husband when she said she forgives the man accused of shooting him. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And away we go. Get that final hour underway here. Early on a Tuesday. And it's been a few days since we've heard from Rubber Duck. Here he is checking in on a Tuesday. What's going on, Rubber Duck?
Well, it's, SHIT. Sure happy it's Tuesday. Oh. So, Jimmy gets his job back. That's great. Where a lot of people don't remember, he has had an axe to grind with Donald Trump since his son was born. Guy that makes $16 million a year stands on national TV begging for money to help pay for an operation for his son because he said he had a pre-existing condition and it wasn't covered by insurance. I'm sorry, how much was the operation? You make $16 million a year. But he's always had an axe to grind with the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, when everybody says it's freedom of speech, then yeah, he can speak what he wants, but you speak over what your employer wants you to say, then you deserve to have a timeout.
Yeah, and at the same time,
you don't ever deserve to.
You can't be on.
Sorry, go ahead.
You can't be on network television touting absolute lies. Kimmel's supposed to be all about jokes, right? It's supposed to be funny. Oh, that's funny. But I mean, that wasn't a joke about Charlie Kirk. He said that in all seriousness, and it was an outright lie.
Yeah, he stopped being funny when his girlfriend Sarah Silverson stopped being on his show about 15 years ago. He I don't, like you said, who watches late night TV? And the networks, I mean, they're already having problems because of streaming, grasping for programs and stuff. You're competing with them for late night viewers.
Absolutely.
You know, in all reality, I mean, which you're a welcome competition, my friend. And thoughts and prayers to Daryl's family. So I'll ask this: how's Stryker? Man, I miss him saying that.
Yeah.
How's Stryker and your son doing?
Doing good. Doing well. Yep.
All right. Well, I'll like to try to find a more intelligent caller. I'm gonna, as soon as I find the light switch to this place, because somebody turn that big orange bulb on so I can see what I'm doing. Other than that, I'm just gonna lay here and listen to the rest of the show. God bless you guys. I love everybody. And if the rapture is coming, I will see you all, my brothers in heaven. So we'll be okay. Don't fear the...
I caught that. What did they say? That's the latest TikTok trend. Hey, no man knoweth the day nor the hour. Don't even try to predict. You don't know. No man. Anyway, 9 past the hour. In the state of Illinois, which it doesn't actually surprise me when you've got the left of the left like Pritzker running the state. Despite the federal government striking down California's vehicle emission rules, Illinois is not abandoning their plans to adopt them. Stricter vehicle emission rules implemented by the California Air Resources Board have been the center of this controversy before they even started. For trucking stakeholders, the Advanced Clean Trucks and the Heavy-Duty Low NOx Omnibus Rule posed an existential crisis for dealerships and small business carriers. Under the Clean Air Act, California, and only California, can set vehicle emission rules stricter than federal regulations. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has to grant the state a waiver first. Once that waiver is granted, other states can then adopt California's more stringent standard. You had Advanced Clean Cars, too. Advanced Clean Trucks, the Omnibus Rule, collectively known as the EV mandate, that all got those waivers. Ultimately, 10 states adopted the truck-related vehicle emissions rules. Illinois is not one of those states, but it wants to be. In February of 2023, Illinois adopted or attempted to adopt California's vehicle emission rules through the standard legislative process used by the other 10 states, but it ended up being a dud. The bill only had 8 co-sponsors. Over 6,100 witness slips were submitted, and more than 90% of those opposing it. Ultimately, as it should have, it died in committee. Well, in June of last year, undeterred, they tried to bypass the failed legislative route via regulatory means. Environmental groups filed a rulemaking proposed to adopt CARB's rules. Shortly after, construction and fuel industry groups moved to dismiss the proposal. Their motion was denied last November. Several public hearings followed. In March, OOIDA submitted comments stressing that clean air is vital for all, including truckers. But technology should be practical, affordable, and reliable. Yes, small business truckers and owner-operators should not be used as trial cases for new technology while getting priced out of business in the process. Hopes for California's vehicle emission rules faded in June of this year when President Trump signed resolutions revoking the waivers they had received. In July, groups opposing Illinois' proposed rule filed a motion to reconsider the dismissal. They argued the joint resolutions are a change in the law that's grounds for reconsideration. Now, proponents counter-argued that the resolutions are unlawful. California has filed a lawsuit claiming exactly that. Well, Thursday of last week, the Illinois Pollution Control Board, the government panel behind the rulemaking, acknowledged that the joint resolutions kind of changed the game. Yeah, they recognize it's not in a position to determine the legality of those regulations. Resolutions were passed through the bicameral process, giving them the full force and effect of law. Nevertheless, the board chose not to dismiss the proposed rule. Stated that the motion to dismiss focuses on the board's authority, not the vehicle emission rules themselves. While the joint resolutions change the laws in question, they do not alter the board's authority. Now, Illinois can still adopt California's vehicle emission rules. However, it cannot enforce them until a waiver is granted, or in this case, a waiver would be reinstated for California. So there's kind of, hanging on by a thread, hanging on, on the hope of what in California essentially was, call it what it is, the electric vehicle mandate, forcing everyone to abandon the internal combustion engine. That was the ultimate goal. In other states that are adopting those rules, or were planning to, were essentially telling all of their constituents, hello, anyone that lives under Governor Pritzker, trying to tell you what you can and cannot drive. You cannot purchase, eventually, an internal combustion engine. I tell them to shove it where the sun doesn't shine, right? 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed, or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Meanwhile, an update from Chicago, where Operation Midway Blitz, I do believe, is now entering week number 3. The update from Immigration and Customs Enforcement announcing that efforts in the Chicago area have resulted in the arrest of almost 550 in less than the first 2 weeks. That's the word from the Homeland Security Department on Friday. Part of a renewed effort to target large urban centers like L.A., Washington, according to the acting head of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Now, he said, we're going to be conducting this operation until we feel we've been successful. There's not an end date in sight at this point. He said the current total arrests are a solid number, and the effort is part of a multi-agency ongoing operation. He reported that both ICE and other federal law enforcement partners are involved in the operation, which can cast a wide net across the Chicago area. The rollout of the operation, they say, has led to reports of more frequent sightings of immigration agents. On September 12th, we had the confrontation between ICE agents and Silverio Gonzalez that resulted in that man's death as he refused to stop when ordered, drove his vehicle at officers and dragged one agent, prompting the officer to open fire. Now, Gonzalez had a criminal record and a history of reckless driving. The injured officer was in stable condition after the incident. Homeland Security officials at the time suggested Gonzalez's actions may have been influenced by some of these social media campaigns calling for non-compliance, resist, viral social media videos and activists encouraging illegal aliens to resist law enforcement. Not only spread misinformation, but undermines public safety. Charles said approximately 50 to 60% of the arrests so far have been what they call targeted arrests, focusing on specific individuals with criminal histories or outstanding removal orders or other flags. The remainder were what they're referencing collateral arrests. People encountered during operations who were determined to be in the country illegally. Collateral arrests, which were prohibited under the previous administration, have resumed under President Trump, part of efforts to escalate deportations. Charles said some collateral arrests also have criminal records, stating that some of our collateral arrests also have criminal convictions and arrests. They just weren't the people we were looking for at the time specifically. But the decision to dispatch immigration agents and seek military support at Naval Station Great Lakes, north of Chicago, followed months of the Trump administration's criticism over Illinois' sanctuary policies, restricting local cooperation with ICE. They're saying this operation honors Katie Abraham, who was killed by a criminal illegal in a drunk driving crash in the state. Now, these policies force ICE to conduct more high-profile raids in communities rather than rely on the local law enforcement handoffs. Some local leaders contend that working with federal immigration authorities could discourage victims and witnesses from actually helping police. 550 and growing. That's 550 criminals off the streets in the Chicago area. With each apprehension, You would think the people would be pleased that we're one by one hoping to make that city safer for the residents. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's get that 75 shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and any other Marines out there, and Steve Summers. And, man, you've had a great show tonight there. So I'm down here in Dallas right now, just trying to make that left-hand turn down here for 35 South there. You know, Seaver's roughly, 8.25 to 8.5 billion people in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all got our own different ideas of the way things ought to be, right?
Absolutely.
It's amazing we haven't all took our water blaster and soaked each other wet. End times, I don't know. That's all Christian. You know, the rapture ideology didn't come around until the 18th century, Steve. I don't know. Can you really trust what all them preachers are telling us? I don't know. Well,
I say anybody trying to pick a specific date for whatever reason, they're definitely misleading you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think the Bible tells you, Jesus said that they're going to tell you, I'm over here, I'm over there. Don't run to it there. Right?
Yeah.
So, anyway, shoot, I'm going to keep right on trucking along, get on down here till we ain't coming out and hit the bed there. So, I have a great morning. Have a terrific Tuesday. Semper Fi and Perio Sperio. And if you don't know what Perio Sperio means, that's fierce with the fierce. But I'm not as bad as I used to be, Steve. Wait a minute. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm worse than what I am. I don't know. We'll just see another day there. All right, thanks for all your entertainment for the night, and we'll put the spoke on you tomorrow, Steve.
Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Have a great morning. Hey, we got clear lines, 25 past the hour, 844-844-3388. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, happy Taco Tuesday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable, and the great Knucklebuster. Looks like 61 going to what is a 35% chance of rain, Fort Wayne. Looks like 74, the high 80% chance of rain this morning there in Newaygo, Michigan. Everybody have a great day. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil, no less. And I was tuned in to, it's not the Fox News channel. It's called Live Now from Fox. I guess like that's the second tier level of Fox News, because I'm too cheap to pay the exorbitant cable prices anymore. And it's a free channel. But they carry a lot of what's going on as far as United Nations discussions and things of that nature. If it's going on in Britain, whatever, events that otherwise I don't tend to care much about. But it was UN discussion and talking about Russia and Vladimir Putin's and violating other NATO members' airspace, which has expanded now from what was the drone invasion, 21 drones violating Poland's airspace, which was pretty serious in itself. But now we've got Russian actual fighter jets that violated Estonian airspace on Friday. Yeah, the former U.S. ambassador to Georgia said this was no mistake, my friends. Yeah, sending piloted warplanes is a much more serious event than the drone incursion. The fact that they turned off their transponders, did not communicate with authorities on the ground, spent about 12 minutes in Estonian airspace. This was no mistake. This was a blatant attempt to show that NATO is not ready to try and deter Russia, he said. Russia said that the claims that the jets violated Estonian airspace was false. just designed to stir up tension. Now, this is kind of beginning to add up. Poland also said on Friday that 2 Russian fighter jets violated the safety zone of a Petro-Baltic drilling platform. Things kind of ramping up there, but Tell360.com. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. It's Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says if the government shuts down, he's going to blame the Republican lawmakers.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
There has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years, we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans.
His comments come after the Senate voted down a stopgap funding measure to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. The House had approved the measure earlier in the day. The government now faces a shutdown on October 1st. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 66 points, the S&P 500 added 29 points, and the Nasdaq rising 157 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
Jimmy Kimmel is set to return to his late-night talk show tomorrow after he was suspended indefinitely last week by ABC from America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Birds. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, looks like Norman has rolled into Wichita. And he said heavy rain and a lot of wind. 5-7 on board. All right. Hello to the three fat truckers. Morning, Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive crew. Top of the morning. It's off to Texas today. Broke down in Little Rock, Blue and Bay. Hope everybody has a better start in the morning than I am. I'll be rolling in an hour. Yeah, the perils of driving a truck for a living, right? Well, 5-7. Breakfast, coffee, 5 homemade peanut butter cookies. There you go, yummy. And Carl checking in here, getting the new week underway. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. How's your uncle and your mother doing there?
Oh, taking it one day at a time. He's actually going to go and try some more. What do they call it? Immunotherapy. I'm afraid it might not be a good thing. It's the chemo and something called Keytruda that work in tandem, but he's going to give it a shot.
Yeah. Well, we sure are praying for him.
Yep, I'd appreciate that.
Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, getting to the Russian thing there, those pilots, that Russia continually is an aggravation. You know, they're constantly doing things like that. If they're not doing that, they're buzzing our pilots, okay, and doing things all the time that they're not supposed to be doing. You know, and they're just aggravating everybody.
Yeah.
You know, to fly with your transponders off and for 12 minutes in the airspace of a foreign country, all right, and they know what they're doing, and they're just begging. They're just begging to be shot down.
Right. They're just pushing to see what? They're pushing to see if NATO will. How far can we push NATO? You know, what's going to be the where are they going to draw the line?
The limit, yes. And I'm sure that Donald Trump has been briefed about all of this fully, and he probably has even given Putin a call about the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't doubt it a bit if he's not gotten a hold of Putin on the phone about that, because that is absolutely ridiculous. And we're things are gonna ramp up over there, I think, in Ukraine here pretty soon, because Trump is it's getting underneath his fingernails, and he's getting aggravated, and like the American public as well. We want this war to end, and we want it to end sooner than later, you know. And if we've got to do something about it to end it, then we need to do it. in my opinion. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm not one bit afraid of their nuclear capabilities, even though they've got it. Yes, they do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, they've got plenty, all right? And we do, too. You know, our button just so happens to be bigger than theirs, just like Trump said. All right. And this kind of thing just is going on and on and on with Russia. All right. And I know that China is their partner, too, and Iran is their partner as well, and North Korea is their partner. Yeah, I know all about that, but there are things that have to happen sometimes, and we've got to do what we've got to do. And this thing about the shooter on Charlie Kirk, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was an emotional experience on Sunday, I must say. I watched the entire program, and it was amazing. And I cannot remember a time that every one of our cabinet members were at a place at one time speaking about Jesus and the Lord and all of those good things that we know all about, you know, and it's really, really great to hear that firsthand about the way they brought it out with their articulation and their speech. Marco Rubio in particular, I was really impressed with his. And, of course, Erica Kirk as well. She was really awesome in her speech about that with the forgiveness issue. And that was something that she probably felt like she needed to do. And I really do commend her highly for doing that. And it was actual stunning to hear that, even though she was as soon as she started talking about forgiveness of the Lord and this and that, I knew where she was about to go with that. But my goodness, it was just stunning to hear it. I mean, I was amazed. And really, it's incredible what happened there on Sunday. But thank you for taking my call, Steve. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Carl. Yeah, Putin just pushing all the wrong buttons over there. I don't get it. It is 844-844-3388, and a fleet compliance management company has petitioned the FMCSA to take steps toward ensuring proof of legal status before issuing a commercial driver's license. In the petition, dated August 28, Tennessee-based DOT Ready proposed 3 amendments to existing regulations. Number 1 proposal was to reduce the employment history requirement on driver applications down to 3 years. I believe it's 10 right now. Secondly, expand the pre-employment screening program to include safety-related termination reporting with a rebuttal process. Number 3, enhance commercial driver's license legal status and identity verification. That third request partially prompted by the crash that dominated the headlines in recent weeks. Concerns about whether the driver should have been operating a commercial vehicle in the country, which we know should not. How was he issued a full-term CDL by the state of Washington in 2023 before being given a non-domiciled CDL by California last year? Mentioning the crash, DOT Ready asked the FMCSA to mandate a federal identity verification process integrated with the Department of Homeland Security database for CDL issuance to ensure proof of legal presence and work authorization. Gaps in verifying legal status and identity during CDL issuance and employment can allow unqualified or undocumented individuals to operate commercial vehicles, which obviously poses severe safety risks. Now, he gave the example of the Florida Turnpike. The crash entered the U.S. without legal authorization, nonetheless got a CDL. Currently, drivers are required to disclose 10 years of employment history. DOT Ready believes the period should be reduced to 3 years because that would match the requirements for carriers. Plus, the company said that expanding the pre-employment screening program would enhance safety, and the rebuttal process would protect the rights of drivers. Now, the petition has not yet been published in the Federal Register. When it is, we'll let you know, and I'm sure they'll probably have to do a comment period, whatever the case is going to be. Meanwhile, Brother Rambler checks in here this early Tuesday.
Well, praise God, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide. Whether you're up there on the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or down there on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas, man, we are glad to be with you on the last hour. Got 15 minutes left in the show. That's 15 minutes of education that you can be gaining either by truck driving or by Bible verses or whatever you want to get educated with. Listen to Steve Summers. And don't you forget that if you want to support the show, I urge you to go to overnightdriveradio.com, get all your Steve Summers swag, and you can get it at overnightdriveradio.com. Steve, pleasure to be talking to you, man. I hope you had a great weekend. Glad to know that Uncle Fred is fighting, hey, I know he's up in age, but, the immunotherapy has helped a lot of cancer patients, and it has prolonged their life. And so we're going to be praying for that, Steve, and be praying that his life will be prolonged by it. And y'all maybe have another couple of years with Uncle Fred. So we're going to pray and ask God to intervene via the Holy Spirit and touching. On this talk about rapture, the rapture has been taught, and you got to remember, it comes from the book of First Thessalonians. The rapture started being taught by the Holy Spirit through Paul in 38 A.D. The Greek word for rapture is harposa. Also can be translated into Hebrew also, which translates to rapturus, also rapture. We get that also. But when the people who wrote the King James Version of the Bible, when they wrote it, they could not find an English translation. So the words they put in there was, and you can read it in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, the word is caught up. Caught up is the nearest translation that the authors of the King James Version Bible could actually find. But if you go and you read a Latin Bible or you read a Greek Bible, you will see the words rapturus and you will see the words harposa or harpaza, meaning a rapture. So it's in there. It's been taught by the Holy Spirit through Paul, also taught through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And what does the Lord say? Take a parable from the fig tree. When you see the leaves nice and green and meaty, you know that summer is on its way. Also, when you see these things start to happen, know that your redemption draweth nigh, in the book of Luke. And no man knoweth the time nor the day, not even the Son or the angels in heaven, only the Father only knows what the time of the day is. Now, they're basing a lot of this, Steve, off of the Feast of Trumpets that's coming up on September 25th. And I like the fact that on TikTok and other platforms, they're using rapture talk because it does need to be discussed and talked about. But for someone to predict a day, remember this guy back in the 80s, Steve, remember this back in the 80s? What was his name? He convinced his whole congregation to sell all their goods and everything and give it all to him. He wrote a book, said, I got the mathematical formula that the rapture is going to happen on this day in 1988. Well, that day came and went. And then he said, no, I was wrong. It's going to happen in the 90s.
Had to recalculate. My calculations were wrong. Yeah, let's keep going.
Exactly.
Keep going. Yeah.
Exactly. Keep going. Keep giving me money. And people wonder why a lot of good churches close, because the church, and I hope this ain't a cuss word, I won't even say it, it's been demonized. There, I'll say that word. The church has been demonized by false preachers and prophets like that, have stolen money. And now it's like, the good, honest to God, good, honest churches, they can't raise the funds. And I don't blame the people, not one bit, because you can't tell nowadays who is a real man or woman of God and who is fake, because, man, the devil's done a good job trying to convince people otherwise. But you want to hear more about the rapture? We had a message. The Lord gave us a message here a month ago. So go to Determined Ministries Church, and we brought a whole message on the rapture. So you want to hear more about it. This past Sunday at Determined Ministries Church, we had another great message where we're talking about revival, God's children. And between me and a lot of other preachers, the Holy Spirit has really hit our souls hard with revival. Now, how do we tie rapture and revival? Because before we can have a rapture, we're promised another move of the Holy Spirit. We've had 2 to 3. We've had the 312 Azusa Street revival. We've had the Great Welch revival. We've had the Brownstone revival out there in Pensacola. We're promised one more move of God. And the Word of God says in Joel 2:28 and Acts 2:17 that God isn't going to just trickle out His Spirit. He's going to pour out His Spirit upon all flesh. And I believe that is going to be happening really soon. And you can best believe when you see a massive worldwide, not just United States, but worldwide revival break out all over the world, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh, because we're promised that before we have a rapture. So, but you can go back to Determined Ministries Church this past Sunday, listen to that. This Sunday, God's already given us the message, and we're going to talk about the 9 moving gifts of the Holy Spirit. And if you're interested in receiving these gifts, we call it baptism of the Holy Spirit. Come join us at 5:00 p.m. God's got a gift for you. Other than that, Steve, man, I tell you what, glad to see the Detroit Lions won tonight. I like the Baltimore Ravens because they got Derrick Henry, Heisman Trophy winner, and Lamar Jackson, Heisman Trophy winner. But I'm glad to see the Detroit Lions are starting to do good. Tuesday night is preseason for Detroit Red Wings hockey. We're dropping the puck against the Chicago Blackhawks in preseason hockey. I watched the red and white game over the weekend and watched 2 Red Wing players get into a fist fight, which kind of a little bit, because I'm really hoping that my hockey team can do good this year and at least make the playoffs. Shout out to Brain Dead, who sent me something that made me laugh. He said the Braves have clinched family time and home time this season. Yeah, because they ain't go. Hey, they did beat the brakes off of the Washington Nationals. So, and of course, my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide, we got a tough game ahead of us this Saturday night. We got to go between the hedges in Athens, Georgia, to play those pesky Georgia Bulldogs. And it's going to be, as Jim Ross would say, a slobber knocker, God's children. So Oh, and by the way, Boomer Sooner. I'm so glad to see that Oklahoma beat that Cal College on the Plains. Taught them a lesson or two. And, Steve, do you think Josh McDaniel, well, I think that's the coach's name of the Miami Dolphins, is going to make it the whole season? They're 0-4. They're pretty bad shape. And the Saints, I think the Saints are 0-4 too. Got to go back to calling them the Aints. People going to be wearing bags over their heads for too long. But other than that, I know I've taken up too much of your time. You probably got a couple more news stories to get in before the break before the show ends. But it's always a pleasure talking to you. Always a pleasure being on the air with you and speaking towards God's children. I love you out there, God's children. I pray for you all, and let's all love one another and pray for one another. At this time is we need to be praying for one another and loving one another, and look for revival to break out any moment, and I'm ready. Want to know more about it? Go study the Azusa Street Revival and the Great Welch Revival, and you'll see some pretty amazing things happen in those revivals. Other than that, I love you, God's children, and love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, I'll talk to you tomorrow night. God bless you, my friend, and I love you, brother.
All right. Thank you for checking in, Brother Rambler. Well, yeah, that gives us a couple minutes here. Welcome back, Mike, my hippopotamus. Hey there.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, hey, right quick there, if anybody was interested in donating to any of the families or anything for the office there from York County there from the issue there last week there, I got posted a couple places there to donate to that, and the site they're doing is 100% of the donation goes right to the officers' families, right to the cause. There's nothing taken out for any administrative costs. And if anybody's having trouble finding it, I did put it on your page, your personal page there, Steve, and I know Steve, I put it on Stevens as well. So anyways, that's out there. You're talking a little while back there about Iowa with the agricultural exemption for the weight exemption, and being able to go up to 90,000 pounds, which is usually a non-divisible load, just a normal non-divisible load that you get to run if you buy the permit. And so when the governors write the exemption, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, not there, I don't go that far. Commonwealth of Virginia, that's the Commonwealth I'm looking for. The Commonwealth of Virginia, when the governor writes that one for the fuel haulers, we get to run the 90,000 pounds, which actually lets us load the capacity on our trailers, so we can actually haul the amount of product to fill our trailers up, because normally we don't get to fill our trailers up for the 80,000 pound mark. And but anyways, even though we get the extension of the hours of service, if you really calculate it out, the more we haul, we really wouldn't have to work more hours to bring the extra along if every state would allow us the 90,000 pounds. And anyways, it's safe when you buy a permit for a non-divisible load, and it seems to be safe for the agriculture people. And as I say, when they do it, the Commonwealth of Virginia governor usually gives us that. But if we get the exemption hours of service from the federal government, just the blanket one for the quarter or area or whatever, they do not include the 90,000 pounds. They just say, well, we need more gas moves, so just go out and work more hours. Don't worry about carrying any more with you. So, but the one thing about the agriculture, don't forget, they're actually working without without hours of service, because agriculture is exempt for the first 150 miles, so they don't have to be on duty or driving or any of that stuff. They actually aren't required to be, use the hours of service for the agriculture within the first 150 miles away from where they're working.
Gotcha. And with that, horse feathers, we got to roll. It's the end of another program, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,